You were right. It's not a lot happening. Yeah, no. I'll let you know anyway. I do a lot of work. New York Times. Okay. Sounds like a plan.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2026 update.
Welcome back to the first primaries of 2026. On your screen, of course, the U.S. Capitol. And come November and the actual midterms, who will be in charge there? Tonight is the first step toward finding out of that march toward November. We are seeing voting in McAllen, Texas. Also in Texas, the campaign headquarters tonight for Attorney General Ken Paxton, who is among three men vying for the GOP senatorial nomination. Also, we are in North Carolina at the headquarters of Michael Watley, the former Republican National Committee chair. He is among those running for the GOP Senate nomination in what is looking to be now perhaps the most expensive primary race in history between him and ex-Democratic Governor Roy Cooper in North Carolina. So here is the stage now. In North Carolina, the vast majority of the polls have just closed, all except one rural county that had some mechanical issues earlier. As a result, the state will not start releasing its results for about another hour or so. So that race again, Democrat Roy Cooper, the two-term governor, against Michael Watley, the Trump-endorsed former Republican National Committee chair. That is one of the big ones that we are watching as we head toward November. The others are in Texas, again, a state that has not sent a Democrat to the Senate since 1988, a hotly contested GOP primary between the incumbent, John Cornyn. He is facing opposition from Wesley Hunt and Ken Paxton, whose headquarters you saw earlier. That race likely to go to a runoff and will not be decided until May. One of those men, come November, will face a couple of Democratic up-and-comers, current Representative Jasmine Crockett or James Talerico. Polls in Texas will start closing at 8 o'clock and then again at 9 o'clock. As the night goes, of course, as race calls come close to happening here at the AP, we will keep you posted. For now, we invite you to keep watching some live video from scenes across the three states holding primaries today. We'll be back with you soon.
guys, go ahead and test your camera shots too. Keep in mind that there will be an audience here, so you guys on the back, just make sure that this angle works for you. Yeah, and I'll keep talking for the mic check. Vote for Jasmine Crockett. A, B, C, D. You good? Okay. You good? Y'all good back there? You can't see or what? You can't hear? Nothing? Well, you were able to hear earlier? Oh, okay, you got it back? Okay, okay.
Way to make them like everything's the same kind of thing. Okay.
Okay.
We gotta hope she comes out. We have to hope she comes out before 10. What? We have to hope she comes out before 10 to say something. Thanks for being here tonight. Anything. Something that makes a picture. Good morning, names. Dallas Mooney. Yeah. What's your name? Amelia. Amelia? Okay. I see you on obviously.
Yeah, please to meet you.
I know the guy behind the camera.
I know, he's great.
Everybody knows John.
Everyone knows John.
Yeah. From the football field to the political spectrum.
Our next hit is 7:15, and it'll just be on Fox. Let me take a look at our streaming.
Line check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you wireless? Okay, have you scanned for a clear channel already? Did you scan for a clear channel on your wireless unit? That, if it's wireless, that's ridiculous. Yeah, it might be mixing it with something else. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I don't know that system to help you.
I texted you, John. Our hits are 7:30
It's cleaner. Okay, 1, 2.
Nice to meet you.
Right here over both of you. That's all right. Running out of spots. I'll put forward her.
Hey y'all, where are my print media people? Can you raise your hands real quick, print media? All right. For my print people, I'm gonna ask y'all to go to the press box upstairs. This is trying to clear out some of this space.
I know. Hey, if the FIFA will let us in because we're broadcast, let's start that shit.
That's right. Good job, Ricky.
I think some Westland's I'm using my nephew's, my 7-year-old nephew's one. He uses it to brush his teeth.
That's awesome.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
My dad flies little tiny little airplane. And you have to go up a little ladder, which has a fuel.
Oh.
And he stepped, like he was like it was trying to walk or something, and it wobbled, and he took it like flew backwards. Luckily, he's like in good shape, so he took him to the hospital, but he's okay. So, check the airplane fuel on a little step stool, and just flew back, hit his head, but he's okay.
There's a lot of there's no more. No, there is another. He added an extra 6 outfits. Get on it quick. Yeah, you get on it quick. First of all, people are standing right there, right now. And then I get pushed upstairs. So there's some of you guys upstairs.
No.
The funny thing is they say print. It's like international news. Our president is online. We don't have a paper. Yeah. So, yes, that's it.
I know, you said print. I don't have print. I have radio.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2026 update.
It is 8 p.m. Eastern, and the polls are now closed in the vast majority of Texas. You see some key sites on your screen now. Incumbent Senator John Cornyn's Austin headquarters, Jasmine Crockett's watch party at a Dallas nightclub, and James Talerico's campaign gathering Also in Austin, meantime, voting does continue in McAllen and some other areas as planned. But there has been a twist. Dallas County Democrats will get another 2 hours to vote. Democrats sued for an extension after the local Republican parties, both there and in the suburban Austin County, refused to hold joint primaries, which meant rather than voting anywhere in the counties as they had for years, voters needed to find their own precincts. That led to chaos and lawsuits from Democrats, and a judge has ruled they will now, in fact, have extra time to vote. Just a bit more intrigue in what was maybe already the night's pivotal contest. On the GOP side, John Cornyn trying to win a 5th term in the Senate, but facing stiff opposition from Ken Paxton and Wesley Hunt. They are likely to have a runoff for the GOP nomination. Meantime, Jasmine Crockett and James Talerico are fighting for the Democratic spot in November. Democrats have not won a Texas Senate race since 1988, and no statewide race of any kind in Texas in the last 32 years. Live pictures continue from around Texas, plus the other 2 states also voting today. The polls are nearing a close in Arkansas. They are already closed in North Carolina. We will keep bringing you live pictures from all 3 as the night continues. Stay with us.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2026 update.
And good evening again from AP Election Headquarters here in Washington. I am Sagar Meghani. It is 8:30 p.m. Eastern. The polls have now been closed for an hour in North Carolina, one of 3 states holding primaries tonight in the lead up to the midterm elections. Results could come any time in what will be one of November's most watched races for a North Carolina Senate seat. The GOP primary features former RNC Chair Michael Watley, with 2-term Governor Roy Cooper headlining the Democratic field. This is a seat Democrats think they can flip as they try to net the 4 seats needed to retake Senate control come November. You can see scenes from Cooper's and Watley's watch parties on your screen, the 2 shots on the bottom. In Texas, all polls will be closed in a half hour except in Dallas County, where a judge has granted Democratic voters an extension. That's after the Democratic Party sued after Republicans forced voters to find specific precincts rather than allowing them to vote anywhere in the county as they had for years. A Senate seat will also be on the line in November in Texas, giving Democrats another chance to make inroads in a state where they have not won a statewide race in 32 years. For at least a little while more, the voting continues in McAllen, near the southern border. On the right side of your screen, on the left side, the watch party at a Dallas nightclub for Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who is one of the Democrats trying to claim that nomination. As results come in Texas and in North Carolina and Arkansas, we will have them for you, plus candidate reactions. Stay tuned for more scenes from those 3 states.
Recognize the folks that we have here in this room with us, because I know that they came a long way to be here with you all tonight. We've got Secretary of State Elaine Marshall, everybody! We've got my Superintendent of Public Instruction, Bo Green, everybody! I got Senator Woodson Bradley in this house from the great state of Mecklenburg. I have Representative Julia Greenfield from the great state of Mecklenburg. I've got Judge Toby Hampson for Court of Appeals, folks right there in the back. I have our fantastic DNC Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Voter Protection, Raina Walters-Morgan, right there, everybody. Representing us so well at the national level. We've also got my first Vice Chair, Jonah Garson, here with us tonight, folks, right there. We've got my second Vice Chair, Dr. Kimberly Hardy, in the house. And I've also got my third Vice Chair, Elijah King, right there in the house. And I have some folks who have stepped up to run. North Carolina is contesting 170 out of 170 legislative seats, folks, today. And that is thanks to the hard work and effort and people who stepped up to run, like Charles Dudley, who we've got in the house tonight, folks, right here. Out of Craven County, we've got Gary Wirt in the house right there, folks, in front of me. And I have folks in this house who are my former state representatives, too. Those have served there and done their due diligence for our party. So I've got State Senator Floyd McKissick right here in front of me, folks. And I know I saw a State Representative Ricky Hurtado in this house somewhere, everybody. He is here, too. And honestly, if I forgot somebody, y'all blame that on my head, not my heart. How about that one? I also know, though, actually, I did see local elected official Dustin Ingalls in this house, if I'm not mistaken, right there, too. Do I have any other local electeds or folks that are running for office this year? You want to raise your hand? You want to shout yourselves out? Yes, sir. Raleigh City Council District D right there. And I got my sheriff running in Harnett County right here, everybody. Anybody else that I might have missed? Anybody else? Again, that's the hard job that you've got in this room, folks. But thank you so much for being here tonight. North Carolina, we had one hell of a primary election season, and we are so excited to be heading out to November because North Carolina is prepared to take on people like Michael Watley this year. Because we know that North Carolina is tired of Republican politics that are hurting our communities, especially places like rural North Carolina right now, who have seen healthcare deserts and rural hospitals close at the fault of Republicans and at the hands of people in Congress who are not paying attention and do not care about our communities. And so thank you all for being here tonight to celebrate our fantastic next U.S. Senator, Roy Cooper, everybody! I'm excited for you all to hear from him tonight. But first and foremost, we have got the woman of the hour, in my personal opinion. North Carolina has had the ability, right, to look at how gerrymandered our state is because we had Republicans that have controlled the North Carolina State Supreme Court for far too long. In 2022, North Carolina lost control of our state Supreme Court, and we saw Republicans roll back redistricting and gerrymandering in North Carolina and take us from that 7-7 split that we once had to a 10-4 minority. And we saw that same state legislature try to re-gerrymander again North Carolina last year in order to try to help a Senate speaker try to keep his seat tonight because he was nervous and needed an endorsement for Donald Trump in order to try to make sure that Bill Berger was going to maintain his speakership. And I'm hoping that Sam Page is going to send him packing this evening, everybody. But we are really excited here tonight because North Carolina, again, did the first step in a 3-step plan to take back the North Carolina State Supreme Court in 2024. You all helped us by re-electing Justice Allison Riggs, y'all, to the bench by 734 votes out of 5.5 million cast. And this year, we have the ability to send another champion of justice to the North Carolina State Supreme Court. And she is someone who has been a 30-year civil rights attorney in North Carolina, the former executive director of the Southern Coalition for Social Justice, the person that has stepped up in Eastern North Carolina, is most known for the people that said, I know Justice Earles, from the fact that she was the one that came and knocked on my door and said, hey, my name's Anita, and your rights are being disenfranchised, and I'm here to help you get them back. We've got a warrior of justice on our state Supreme Court, everybody, and I hope you all are ready to help us send her back to the North Carolina State Supreme Court this year. Are you ready for our woman of the hour? Justice Anita Earles, everybody!
North Carolina Democrats. Do we not have the absolute best party chair in the country? Thank you, Anderson. So, my name is Anita Earles, and I am honored to serve you as the Senior Associate Justice on the North Carolina Supreme Court. Tonight is about more than election results. Although, of course, those are exciting and consequential, it's also about what we are building together. It's about the kind of representation that we want in D.C., the kind of representation we want in Raleigh, and the kind of courts we want for our state. And it's about the road ahead. I first ran for the Supreme Court in 2018 with a vision of securing equal justice under the law for every North Carolinian, not just the powerful, the wealthy, or the well-connected. Before running for office, I was a civil rights attorney for 30 years, standing up for ordinary people whose rights were being violated at work, at school, and at the ballot box. So my deep commitment to justice comes from the experience of being the daughter of a white woman and a black man who fell in love at a time when it was illegal in this country for them to be married. So I saw from a young age how the law and the legal system has the power to deny freedom or to affirm it, to block progress or to make it real. The same institution that once condoned the loss of civil liberties in different hands can become an instrument of justice. So now, as a North Carolina Supreme Court Justice, I fight every day to protect the rule of law, to uphold the state and national constitutions, and ensure that our court is protecting the rights and freedoms of all North Carolinians. And let me be abundantly clear, the work is far from done. Across our state and our country, we're seeing efforts to reshape our democracy. We're seeing deliberate attempts to intimidate voters or make it harder for people to register and vote. We are seeing efforts to weaken long-standing protections that past generations fought tirelessly to secure, and we're witnessing unprecedented, blatant threats to the concept of separation of powers. So that's why this race and the court races in 2028, those are so crucial. The court's rulings have very real impacts that affect you and your neighbors more than you know. The work we do on the court matters. It matters to the college student who wants free and fair access to the ballot box. It matters to the tenant facing eviction. It matters to working families who depend on consumer protections. It matters to students who need access to a sound basic education. It matters to the person of color experiencing discrimination because of their race. It matters to communities across the state who have too often been overlooked. The courts play a role in determining the future we build and the legacy we leave behind. So this year, good news, folks, this year, voters have the opportunity to decide what kind of justice they want on the court. Will it be someone who protects the freedom to vote or denies it? Will it be someone who believes the court should check political power or bolster it? Will it be someone who defends rights when they are threatened?
I have an announcement to make. The decision desk has called the race for our next United States Senator, Michael Watley. And let's start this affair with a prayer. If you bow your heads with me, please. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this time we can spend here together. Thank you for this state and for this country. And thank you for this man, Michael Watley, that you've lifted up to serve us in the United States Senate. Please bless everyone here, and may God bless America. Thank you, Lord. In Christ's name we pray, amen. And at this time, I'd like to call former Mecklenburg GOP Chairman Lorena Castillo-Ritz up for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Hey everybody, Brad's just a little bit taller than me, but that doesn't mean that I don't have 10 feet of personality. This is dedicated to my father, who immigrated from El Salvador in 1953 and served in the U.S. Army and in the Korean War. This is for you, Dad, and for our next Senator, Michael Watley. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to introduce you to a lady of grace and poise, a native of Gaston County and the wife of our next United States Senator. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Suzanne Watley.
Thank you, Brad, and thank you everybody for being here tonight.
Are we going on until he starts?
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2026 update.
We have our first big race call of this first primary day of 2026. It is in North Carolina, where the AP has said that Michael Watley has won North Carolina's Republican nomination for the Senate. He is speaking now in Charlotte.
Conservatives, volunteers, and voters across this state who knocked doors, made calls, said prayers, and helped turn this campaign into a movement. And I want to thank President Donald J. Trump for his strong and unwavering support in this race. His leadership has changed our country, and I am proud to stand with him in the fight to secure our border, to strengthen our economy, and put America first. You know, I grew up in Blowing Rock. My mom was a librarian, my dad was an accountant. I went to school, I went to church, I played sports, and I worked. I was able to pay my own way through college, through graduate school, and law school. After school, I met Suzanne, and we started an amazing family and built an incredible career. In short, I have lived the American dream right here in North Carolina. And I announced my campaign for the United States Senate because North Carolina is home, and because I want every child to have the same opportunities that I've had, to grow up, to get an education, to create a career, get married, and raise a family in safety and security. Tonight is an important night. Republican voters from across the state are united because the stakes for North Carolina are too high to stay divided. And tonight, we begin the next chapter of this campaign together. Because this election is bigger than a primary. This election is a choice. A choice between leadership that stands with working families or a choice for career politicians who prioritize radical special interests from California and New York. A choice between safer communities or politicians who protect criminals and illegal aliens to appease radical left-wing groups. A choice between supporting the men and women in uniform who protect our interests and allies around the world, or politicians who vote to deny essential military funding, leaving America weak. A choice between a conservative champion for North Carolina, who will be an ally for President Trump in the Senate, or a champion for the failed policies of the left. You know, for 8 years, Roy Cooper had a choice: stand with law-abiding families or give in to the radical left. And for 8 years, Roy Cooper sided with the radical left. It was Roy Cooper who marched with Antifa and BLM while our cities were burning in 2020. It was Roy Cooper who signed an executive order forcing cashless bail and pretrial release into our criminal justice system, creating a revolving door that put violent criminals back on the streets again and again and again. And it was Roy Cooper who released more than 4,000 prisoners, including pedophiles, rapists, and murderers, back into our communities. Among those on Cooper's list were 51 inmates serving life sentences, and DeCarlos Brown Jr., who went on to murder Irina Zarotska right here in Charlotte. Law enforcement warned against it. Families worried about their safety. And Roy Cooper did it anyway. Roy Cooper sided with criminals, and North Carolina communities have paid the price. I stand with North Carolina families, and I will always back the blue. North Carolina families know that a secure border means safer communities. Joe Biden opened our borders to the worst of the worst from around the world. More than 15 million illegal immigrants flooded into our country, bringing drugs, migrant crime, and sex trafficking on a scale never before seen in the history of our country. Illegal drugs and criminals don't stay at the southern border. They reach our towns and neighborhoods, and every state, including North Carolina, is now a border state. Roy Cooper vetoed efforts to ensure cooperation with immigration enforcement here at home, letting drugs and illegal immigrants flood into our communities. He tied the hands of our police. Thankfully, President Trump has secured our border. Not one illegal alien has been admitted into the United States in 9 straight months. And migrant crime and drug deaths are down across the country. Roy Cooper chose criminal illegal aliens over North Carolina communities. I will stand with President Trump to finish the job, secure the border permanently, and ensure that illegal aliens are swiftly deported. This election is also about our government and who it works for, working families or political insiders. Under Roy Cooper's leadership, health care costs rose to the highest in the nation.
Lower right side of your screen, you see Michael Watley in Charlotte, North Carolina. He is now the Republican nominee for the state's soon-to-be-open Senate seat. Next to him, bottom left, is former Democratic Governor Roy Cooper, who has now won the Democratic nomination, setting up the showdown most people expected in November. Let's listen in on Governor Cooper's speech now in Raleigh.
Get involved and run for office and serve, and I look forward to working with all of you during this crucial campaign for our state and country. Now, I also want to take a moment to share my deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of our military members who were killed in the Iran war. Our brave men and women in uniform put their lives on the line to keep our country safe, and I am deeply grateful to them and their families. So, guys, we know we've got our work here, and it's just beginning. We have a long way to go until November. Hey, but if you want change in Washington, do you? Yeah! This campaign is for you. If you want to toss out the D.C. insiders, do you? Yeah! This campaign is for you. You know, if you just think things cost too much, do you? Yeah! This campaign is for you. I've never been in a race that's this crucial for the people of North Carolina and for our country. And I need all of you to get this job done. Let me tell you why I'm running. I'm running for the hard-working parent who's tired of seeing higher costs at the grocery store and scared that the family won't be able to make ends meet. I'm running for farmers like Jeanette and Joyce in Mount Olive who are struggling to afford what they need to grow their crops, seeing equipment costs spike and watching their bottom line evaporate because of the tariffs. I'm running for Meredith in Winston-Salem and her daughter Vivian, who might lose her medical treatment because of right-wing attacks on health care. I'm running because I love North Carolina, and things just should not be this hard for the people who live here. It is time for a change. Now, you know, I didn't plan to go to Washington. All of my public service has been here in North Carolina because this is where I wanted to serve, right here at home. But these are not ordinary times. Everyday people are being left behind, and we see the chaos that's coming out of Washington only making it worse. The cost of groceries, child care, utilities, rent, health care, skyrocketing. Just overnight, we saw the price of gas spike. Yet another burden on working families. Meanwhile, the D.C. insiders are making sure that the wealthiest among us are getting further ahead, all at your expense, and it's not right. I knew that I needed to run for this Senate seat because Washington, D.C. is broken, and North Carolinians are struggling because of it. As I thought about running, on Sundays I would sit in church, and I kept coming back to a passage in the book of Luke. To whom much is given, much is required. A lot has been given to me. A lot's been required. I thought about my life growing up in eastern North Carolina, my public school teacher mom, my hard-working dad, my work on the farm every summer until I went to college, the amazing public school education that I got in Nash County, my Sunday school classes that I taught for decades, and most importantly, my wonderful wife and my 3 fantastic daughters. Boy, have I been blessed. And it was amazing to wake up every morning for years and lead the state that I love, both as Attorney General and your governor. I'm proud of what we accomplished together. Not only better jobs and more health care, but investments in teacher pay, child care, early childhood education, prosecuting violent criminals, taking on child predators, and keeping communities safe. And of course, after years of fighting for it, making health care more affordable for hundreds of thousands of working North Carolinians by expanding Medicaid. But now, a new challenge awaits. I'll take that same problem solving to Washington that I used here in North Carolina to focus on what matters. My opponent, who just won his primary tonight, is an out-of-touch D.C. insider and big oil lobbyist who's only looking out for himself and his well-connected friends in Washington. He has pushed schemes that raise health care costs, make communities less safe, and make life harder and more expensive for working families. How out of touch is Michael Watley? While your costs go up, Michael Watley says prices are down. When your local law enforcement needs more funding to make communities safe, Michael Watley supports DOGE cuts that take money away from them. When you wish you could afford your health care premium, Michael Watley celebrates a bill that makes it cost even more. It's dead wrong, and it's got to change. Let me tell you who I'll be. I'll be a strong, independent senator who will work with this president when I can and stand up to him when the people need me to. I will always put the people of North Carolina first, before politics, before party. The people of North Carolina will be my total focus as I serve in the United States Senate. I'll work with anyone, anywhere, from any party to help make our state better and to make stuff cost less. Because, really, what's the point of holding office if you aren't focused every day on how to get something done for the working people who need it? There is no doubt about it. We have a long and difficult road ahead. But even during these tough times, those of you who know me know this is true, I am filled with hope. We have a real opportunity here to return our government in Washington to the people where it belongs. Together, with the help of everybody here and those watching at home, we will lower costs for working families and win this seat in the United States Senate. God bless our great state and our great country. Thank you very much.
Roy Cooper and his wife leaving the stage in Raleigh, North Carolina after the two-term governor wins the Democratic primary for the soon-to-be-open U.S. Senate seat coming up in November. That is the first of 2 big race calls that the AP has made this evening here in Washington. The other one in that same race Governor Cooper will face off as the Republican nominee Michael Watley, the ex-Republican National Committee chairman endorsed by President Trump. This was the matchup that had been anticipated for the seat that will be vacated once Tom Tillis retires after serving 2 terms in the Senate. This is going to be an interesting one leading up until November. Analysts predict that when it's all said and done, it will be the single most expensive Senate race ever conducted, nearly $1 billion worth of spending. But this is a seat that Democrats are really looking at as one of the 4 that they can net come November to take control of the Senate. They think they can win there. They think they can win in Maine. They're also eyeing Texas, which is still to be determined tonight. You have some visuals on your screen right now. On the Democratic side, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett holding a party at a Dallas nightclub. She is challenging James Talerico, whose party you see on the left side in Austin. They are the 2 Democratic contenders for the nomination. On the lower left of your screen, you have the Ken Paxton watch party. He is Texas's Attorney General. He has become a MAGA favorite despite a lot of political baggage. On the right side, Congressman Wesley Hunt. He has not gotten nearly the attention that either Paxton nor the incumbent John Cornyn have gotten, but Hunt's mere entry into the race may well split enough votes where this will end up as a primary runoff come May. In Texas, a candidate must win a majority in the primary to actually be declared the winner. That may not happen this evening, so you may have some type of runoff between these 3 men. John Cornyn, who's trying to win a 5th term in the Senate, Ken Paxton, who's trying to leverage his MAGA standing to become the nominee, and the outsider in Wesley Hunt. That race still to be called, both of them, the Democratic race and the GOP race in Texas. We will keep showing you live pictures from those parties as the night continues and bring you race calls when the AP has them. Stay tuned.
Midterm. She's poetry in motion, a beautiful sight to see. I get so excited, you're her anatomy. She's real, she's whole, she's black, got all the curtain made light. She's real, she's whole, she's black, got all the curtain made light. Look at her, she's a bad man, Gemma. Just as fine as she can be. Hey, she's a bad man, Gemma. Oh, just as fine as she can be. Looks like she's born into the gold she had. The essence of beauty, who's in love to have. She's classy, classy, oh, sex is fancy. She's heavenly, a treat for the eye to see. She's real, she's she's black, got all the curves of men like. She's real, she's she's black, got all the curves of men like. She's a bad man, a killer. Oh, she's bad, she's as fine as she can be. Hey, she's a bad man, a killer. Just as fine as she can be.
Just a whole lot of people in the house trying to smoke, but they can't keep them out.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2026 update.
Back inside AP's election headquarters here in Washington, I am Sagar Meghani. We are waiting on a couple more big race calls in Texas for that ever important primary race in both parties, Democrats and Republicans, to see who will become the state's next senator, if there will be a new one, apart from John Cornyn come November. That GOP race remains tight. John Cornyn, Wesley Hunt, and Ken Paxton, Jasmine Crockett, and I just forgot his name. How about that? Thomas Talerico. We've only been doing it all night. That's the way election nights work. Talerico and Crockett are the Democratic nominees for racing for this nomination. Diametrically opposed, you have Crockett, who loves to go after the president in public. You have Talerico, who likes to quote the Bible and is much more low-key. This is a fascinating race that's playing out. You see the live images on your screen. We don't have any results yet there, but we will bring them to you. There are some other results in notable races, and there's a fun one actually in Texas. Troy Nails, former sheriff and a congressman, decided he wanted to retire. His identical twin brother, Trevor, became the choice of local voters, and he has now won the nomination. And seeing as how they come from a very, very conservative district, it seems very likely that identical brothers will succeed each other in the Congress. You also have in another non-surprise Tom Cotton winning renomination as the Republican for the Senate in Arkansas. We're waiting to hear whether Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders is nominated for another term. And in Texas, again, not a surprise, Greg Abbott has been nominated for another term as governor. There are a lot of other races that have been decided, a lot more to come. You can read about all of them, much more about all of them, at our website, apnews.com. For now, we take you back to images from the campaigns, and we will get your results as they come in.
much would Dallas make a difference? Yes. Good position. But what about Dallas's 0 win?
Yeah.
She's gonna kill in Dallas.
She is. So it's gonna close. And Houston is historically like 5 a.m. It'll be final 6 a.m. So like but if it's close, then we're in for a long run. But he is outperforming Travis County than where he was expected to, all around the state. He's outperforming numbers. I mean, that's really good.
One last question. No, you're good. I work at the CBS station now. Why are you? Why did he?
He's 17. He will vote.
Yeah. Why did he stand out? Oh, I'm so sorry.
He stood out because he has this message of hope, of positivity, and kind of like reaching voters across the state.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2026 update.
Hello again, here from Washington, the AP's election headquarters, where the wait continues for some calls in the remaining big races of the night. They are both in Texas. They are both for a Senate seat come November. You can see on the screen we are awaiting hearing from Representative Jasmine Crockett. That's in the top right side of your screen. She is at a popular Dallas nightclub hosting a watch party. She is hoping to beat James Talerico, a state senator, for the Democratic nomination for the Senate seat that is now held by John Cornyn. So on the bottom part of your screen, right side, Wesley Hunt, that is his party, as it were, in Houston. On the lower left, you have Ken Paxton, the Attorney General, his gathering in Dallas. The person you don't see, the party you do not see because there is not one, is John Cornyn, the man who now holds that Senate seat. He is trying to get a fifth term, and for the first time ever is facing a serious GOP contest from both Paxton and Hunt. Now, Cornyn has been watching the results tonight from a Austin hotel behind closed doors with only his staff. He does plan to speak with reporters, but notably is not having an event, is not expected to give a speech to supporters. Perhaps read into what that might mean, perhaps not. This race seems close enough that it may well be a runoff come May before we can find out who the actual GOP challenger will be for this nomination. The AP will, in either event, whether Cornyn speaks to backers or not, the AP will bring you his comments. As a senator first elected to the body in 2002, he spent 6 years as the number 2 Senate Republican, now facing a primary challenge for the first time. Those are the big races that have yet to be decided. Keep it here with us. We will show you live images from these various events and bring you the calls as they happen. Stay with us.
The future of home shopping is here, and it's only on Homes.com. Introducing Homes AI. No, Homes is like a future building shop. I love to cook, so you can taste. Narrow it down to Homes walkable toilet. Please keep the home of electric seconds. What's unique about this home? What stands out is the open 4,910-foot ceiling, painted wildlife French oak floors, and a gourmet kitchen running in the night. Don't like this. These would be fun. Show me the kitchen. What are the countertops? The countertops are white quartz. They're stylish, durable, and give the kitchen a modern feel. I love it. Ready to see what's more with Homes AI? This is Alex. Our team will open next to the savings. Dennis, he will enter the events. While for now, or for later, of course, for retirement, Roland ready plans for his future. Alex has got plenty of potential. The cold truth is, you can't work from home when you're sick. You need fast relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus Day Cold and Flu Relief Gels burst into action when relieving your cold and flu symptoms fast. Nothing works faster. Alka-Seltzer Plus. Welcome back to our coverage of the first big primary night of the 2026 midterms. All eyes right now on the hot primaries on both the Republican side and the Democratic side for the U.S. Senate race Attorney General Paxton on the Republican side. On the Democratic side, it's two very hot Democratic candidates, Talerico and this is actually not a question of vote polls coming in, but there's been some decisions made about polling places open later that the polling times will only be. For a few different reasons, right? We were really largely expecting these polls to be closed at 8 in those places, not 9 in the West. So here's the issue. We've been watching Dallas, the Republican votes are being counted. They're almost done. There are 0 Democratic votes, and that is because the judge did order for the polls to be just open, and then based on the number of people who were in line, they sort of decided where the cutoff was, and a whole bunch of people were still voting. That is now going to be extended up to 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll get to now with the percentage voting like her lead, Talerico's lead is gaining at the moment. This is where Dallas is expecting to do very well. Over in Williamson County, notice 0 votes in there. This has been extended two voting places in Williamson County have been extended until 11 p.m. Eastern. This will be a Talerico stronghold, so we're expecting to see his vote go up based on that. El Paso, these two counties on the western side of Texas are in mountain time, so they were only going to be an hour later. When we thought we'd get votes at 8 p.m., that would delay until 9 p.m. This is now been extended until 10 p.m. So we will expect very quickly to see votes in these 3 centers at those at 10 p.m. Eastern and 11 p.m. Eastern. This is the one that's going to be tricky, because if it's close, it's not that close, but if it ends up being close, the Williamson County one is going to be the issue, because we're going to want to see how Talerico does right now. With 45% of the voting, Talerico's at 53% for 45. So it's a good lead here. So we'll be watching that closely, but it is now possible that we may be watching the season from the left of 11. Yeah, again, and just for perspective here, it looks like when you're looking at it on a map, it looks like Dallas County is just one county among all the others. Dallas County is the second largest county by population in the entire state. So I can give you a sense of it. When you look at the Republican vote, 50% of the vote is in there. The Liberty vote in a square circle for 64,000 roughly votes there. That's half the votes, 120,000 on the Republican side. Dallas tends to be you see more votes than that on the Democratic side. So it's going to be a really big number. It's going to be absolutely critical to Dallas Republicans' chances. And again, we've got an extension in terms of that time. In Dallas, we are expecting 10 p.m. Eastern closure. In Dallas County, 236 in Williamson County is just north of Austin. So that's going to be 11 p.m. Eastern. And then out on the west side of the state, El Paso, again, 10 p.m. Eastern closure. So we also need to look at the hot production in Texas, but this makes it all the more. So let's bring in our colleague Eugene Daniels, who I know has been talking with his sources in Texas tonight. Eugene, what are you hearing in terms of people's perception of what's going on? And their hopes of
one of my best, well-tested, but also unscientific ways of doing this on election night is who's anti-administration, right? And so we have theories from, but the critical thing is they are excited, which many people from them, they're looking at these numbers. Jasmine Crockett campaign, a little bit less. When you talk to the data miners and folks working with me, apparatus, what they're saying is a little bit just they have taken this in this Jasmine Crockett underperforming places she wants to be supported. Let me change the talents coming in whenever that actually happens. But the underperforming is saying, I think what's really interesting is the Latino. And that is something that folks haven't talked a ton about on other notes, for sure. But if something happens to Talerico, it will be, it seems, or because of the Latino places like Houston, Pasadena, especially. And the reason they say that he's so interesting to Latino voters is because of his community with the indigenous and Latinos, Hispanic voters, very local, especially in Texas. That's one thing that's interesting. When we talk to voters like just back from someone, they said Jasmine is teaching some of their people in Houston, but Talerico has put this ground that will continue to go out the water. And I think it's going to go some also. So we're getting this information and reading it as well. And at this point, they're seeing down travelers.
And of course, really big for all of this is the fact that we got to make the money balance. And she's a Dallas congresswoman, and that is absolutely her strong point. And because of these things that happen with election administration today, as Dallas election can be involved, they can very much change the perception of what's happening statewide. But as you said, when you're talking to people who are looking county by county and looking at underperformance versus underperformance in specific parts of the state, everybody is just parsing that, and it's going to be, I think this is going to be down the wire as we watch this happen. It's compelling. Eugene, keep talking to people. Interrupt us. Let us know when you hear anything juicy or anything new. We've all gotten some love from Texas. Michael, still your best stuff here.
You have to understand, you have to know where the originates from. And it originates from how the campaign presented itself. And the expectation sometimes is because you already have a seat, you're running against an unknown state or county executive. There tends to be this idea that that brand, that persona is going to carry. And so the fact that what Eugene says to her that, that she's underperforming in some areas where she should be performing well. Dallas may not be an answer because the reality of it is if you're underperforming here, you're likely to be performing more because it speaks to what you're thinking.
Thomas Cosgrove! Talking to you from Texas.
So, Tom, you've been holding out on me all these years. You never introduced me to him. I had to do it myself.
Talerico, baby. I got to know James over the summer. I've been helping him. We did some stuff in New York, and I just met your good buddy who said, you worked on Mondale? You must know Tom Cosgrove. I said, do I know Tom Cosgrove? I love you, Thomas.
We'll talk. We'll talk tomorrow. We'll talk. So, you came to Texas to run for Midterm. I had concluded that the caucus was going to win the Democratic presidential nomination and get us here in Texas. And there was only one thing that could be done about it, which was to get Lloyd Benson on the ticket.
I signed up for that purpose, and it was awesome. And then there was one more person who signed up, John Shaw, state senator from the New Market. He's a good friend of mine, not a friend of mine. Not in the sense of he's texting me right now. He's like, what's going on? What's going on? Just been around. Never just a good buddy. So to me, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart because he's an amazing person. So nice. Married to you, you know. So I found Tommy so confident to get the trust. So Tommy Jr. Young Tommy. Yes. Married. There's about a baby. House. We got the money from the trust. Tommy Jr. So yep. No, I got struggled. Yeah. I get it. And I love him. And he's so smart. But you know, some people. It's a combination of Peter Pan and street dogs. And, you know, I have a friend, I'm going out to LA, Jenny Conti. She was my girlfriend in politics. He knows her. She loves him to death. She's like, I don't talk to Tom. It's too much. It's like, well, you gotta be there. But she's too much. And I just hope he's okay.
Reminds me so much of 2006.
We remain very close to him. He's a good on all sorts of his projects. We've got rewriting his material. So writing is not a thing. Ideas, yes. Ideas, yes. Connections, amazing. In every sphere, in every place. I love him. We did a big reunion for Mondale in my office in New York. And we had it. It was me, it was him. Mondale was 89 years old. So good. This is a New York thing. This is I texted him. It's done. We will connect right there. So we're going to do a lot more now. You have a tie. You have a tie with Colin. I don't. Okay. So Colin, you know, dropped out of the service and shifted back into the congressional district that has the number that when the Primaries running away. It's about 80% of his old district. He's going to crush Julie Johnson. And then he's going to have a safely considered call. So he's a completely free shot to decide what he wants to do. He's going to be in the House, but he can't in the leadership because the Democrats can't use up another slot. So he gets to decide what he wants to do. Whatever. He and I have a talk. I was a little sad. I thought what he did with James was a hit job. It looked like to me too. I don't know. Hit job. I don't know Colin well enough to know anything about that yet. But it's got to be quick. And they both know it. So it will get quick. Sure, James is the both. They're both big. They'll figure it out. What I'm saying is that Colin is a future star. He's in any of a number of different roles. And he gets to decide, and he and I have a shared view, as it happens, of what he should do next right now, which is in postponed until tonight, until tonight. So depending on what happens, it's going to take some substantial resources. You've done the Beto thing. You've seen it before. You see Beethoven lose. You saw Beto lose by 2, Colin lose by 6. Colin played it a smart way with cards he was dealt at the beginning. Then when Biden dropped out and Kamala came in, and we all got excited, he couldn't not show up when Kamala's there, so he could do that, and it killed him. It just killed him. He was not his fault. No. But and it doesn't, then they're taking another shot outside to lose. That's one of the options. One of the options. So it's not fair to people are dying. I look forward to it. I do too. I see that going for a few years. He knows it. We've been explaining that over the course of the night. I'm going to go right now to Evan Smith, who's the host of Overheard with Evan Smith on Austin PBS, veteran observer of Texas politics. He has 30 years of experience doing that. And Evan, I'd like you to explain to us again what happened earlier today.
They said they would give us a 10-minute warning. It's already past 8:50, so I guess they're not going to get it right at 9.
Right, so as we talked about earlier, Rachel, Republicans largely Dallas County decided they did not want to have county violence issues. They wanted to make people on their side locally. And if the Republicans say you can't have county violence, then the Democrats can.
So keep it short, 2 minutes this time.
Around the county they voted, and they were turned away, and it was a big push to try to extend voting in Dallas County as a result of that, to keep those people out to vote in. A Dallas judge ordered the fence open until 9. The Texas Supreme Court has just blocked that
Yeah. Mic check. And it asked if I was doing an outdoor run. My watch. Okay.
Hi, sorry. I'm lost in thought. Hanging in there.
represent the state of Texas? Let me hear it. Great. So listen. We've got some time. We've got some drinks. We've got some food. We want you guys to enjoy yourselves. But the fact of the matter is, there is no greater of a conservative fighter than Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. He protected you against Joe Biden.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2026 update.
10 o'clock Eastern Time here in Washington at the AP's election headquarters. I am Sagar Meghani. We are still waiting to get some results from Texas in the two outstanding races that remain tonight. You can see on the screen, top right side, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett's watch party. She is hosting it at a popular Dallas nightclub. It's kind of the opposite of what you see on the bottom right. John Cornyn, the incumbent four-term senator who is desperately trying to hold on to his seat amid a GOP primary challenge for the first time in his career. He's not even having a party, although we do expect him at that microphone soon to address reporters without having any results in just yet. Next to that, you see a woman at Ken Paxton's podium. He is the state attorney general. He is a MAGA favorite, and he is trying to take away John Cornyn's seat. We also have Wesley Hunt. He's a U.S. congressman. He is not expected to do much, but his mere presence on the ballot may be enough to drive this race to a runoff, which would happen in May. So we might not know for a little while who will be the Republican nominee. We should find out soon who the Democrat will be. We already talked about Jasmine Crockett. On the left side, you have the Talerico campaign. James Talerico is a state senator. He's 36. He is the opposite, personality-wise, of Jasmine Crockett, who relishes going after President Trump in public, being a Democrat firebrand. Talerico is a seminarian. He likes to quote the Bible. He doesn't like politics. He calls it a blood sport in Washington. So it'll be really interesting to see which direction Democrats go in trying to flip this seat. But we haven't had a race call yet. We are hoping to hear from John Cornyn fairly soon. Where we have had the big race calls of the night, they were the ones that were predicted. They were in North Carolina, where the much anticipated Senate face-off is now set. The Democrats have two-term Governor Roy Cooper, who will face off against former Republican National Committee Chair Michael Watley, who has been endorsed by President Trump. There were plenty of candidates. These were the two who were expected to emerge. This is going to be a hotly contested race, even more so than now. We have some political analysts saying that when it's all said and done, spending on this race will top $1 billion. That would make it the most expensive Senate race ever. We're not going to find out who wins until November, of course, but this is one of the 4 seats that Democrats are really hoping to flip. If they can do that come November, they will take control of the United States Senate. Still waiting to see what happens tonight in Texas. We see the visuals, the Talerico campaign, the Crockett campaign, the Paxton campaign. We should be hearing shortly from Senator John Cornyn, and we will bring that to you when it happens. Stay with us.
Has said that
just move the motion so you can see the foot in my next seat. Move a little bit more this way. Whenever you're ready. call out for eligible voting to vote anywhere in their county, which is a rising election restrictions compared to voting in anything else. When you vote in their individual districts, there's something that happens in elections in their county, and that people didn't know to expect. It created a lot of confusion, and that was what brought out that judicial order against voting in else, and that extension has been paused. Is that the jumping to address the media things stuck on stuff? Right now, Dallas found a Dallas right now lawsuit against state libraries by statewide as well. Homes they consistently show these challenges. Midterm Paxton has been one of the things regardless of where you live, autonomy and that you vote for Representative Earles being competitive and pressure against the president.
We don't have any of the results because there was a lot of confusion today. And so, you know, our Democratic Party chair, Cornyn, he beat me to the punch, as myself and Colin all read. We're about to file a lawsuit to keep the voting polls open. We were able to keep the polls open, but I can tell you now that people have been disenfranchised. The reason that we knew that there were problems is because we were receiving the phone calls and the emails. The polls were supposed to stay open until 9, according to a court order. The Supreme Court, just a few minutes ago, just said, shut it down. The Supreme Court also said that they are to separate any votes out that came in after 7 p.m. So here's the deal. I have no idea how it is that clerks are going to know who was in line by what time, because the rule is that if you're in line by 7, then you get to vote. And so once there was a court order saying you had until 9, I'm sure that there were people that joined the line after 7. They now are telling them that you have to separate the votes out. What this means is that we will not know what votes are to be tallied from Election Day out of Dallas County. For sure, we won't know that tonight. So knowing that Dallas County is a big dump of votes, we, in my opinion, will not know the election results overall tonight. We need to see the Dallas County votes to see where they are. I mean, if the early vote comes in, which we may have the early vote soon, if it comes in and I'm losing Dallas County, then we know kind of where this thing is going. So, so that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow. So I love y'all too. Thank you so very much for being here. Love you down. I love you down, Dallas.
God bless the United States, and God bless the great state of Texas. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Again, 43% is where John Cornyn, the incumbent, is at. Ken Paxton is trailing with 40%. He's behind a lot of what just happened in Dallas County for reasons that are not clear. Watley is staying at 13%. You go 13% all night. I just want to go to Dallas County and show you this. This is the Republican Senate contest in Dallas County. Look how far behind Ken Paxton is. He's involved in these shenanigans in Dallas County.
Jason, stand by.
Do not have John Cornyn's vote in Dallas County. I don't know whether that's relevant to why Ken Paxton went to court tonight to shut down the votes of those who were in line after 7 p.m., but it is a place where Ken Paxton is not doing well.
All right, I want to go right back to Dallas County right now. Rosa Flores standing by. Rosa, I very, very rudely interrupted you while you were starting to tell us about your communications with Dallas County. I only did that so we had that live feed to take from Jasmine Crockett. Please start over again. Tell us about your communications with the county. What happened in those communications tonight?
Yeah, so how they explained it to me is because the Texas Supreme Court struck down the lower court ruling which extended voting for the Democratic primary from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central Time, all those ballots that were passed, Rachel, between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m., those will be, quote, separated and kept. So the big question is, will they be counted? And I can tell you we're talking to voters who have gone to multiple polling places trying to find the right polling place. One woman
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Literally interviewed moments before the polls closed because this Texas Supreme Court ruling came down. They were all worried about their vote counting, and they were all talking about how this was voter suppression because they were really trying to vote and they just couldn't vote. Like I said before, I'm a data girl, Rachel, and just to give you a sense, as I mentioned earlier, here at about 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 388 people had voted at this polling place, and according to the election judge, again, of the Democratic Party, about 350 had been turned away. That just gives you a sense of how many people were out in Dallas County trying to figure out where to vote and trying to.
That's just remarkable. That's a remarkable snapshot of what was happening there, Rosa. But just to be clear, what the county told you is that votes cast after a specific time are going to be kept. But they didn't necessarily say they're going to be counted, or it's not clear at this point whether they will be counted. They'll just be somehow preserved and segregated from the vote that came in earlier today.
You're absolutely right, and I followed up with that, Rachel, because I was very curious about what that meant. Does that mean that they keep them just for now? And the individual from the spokesperson from the county didn't go into specifics because, of course, that's a lot of legalese. And she was like, I can't speak for the Democratic Party because this is a challenge the Democratic Party is putting forth. But she did say that they will be kept. But from talking to all of the voters today, I can tell you that what they were worried about was their vote counting, especially because they had gone through, in essence, all these hoops to try to vote, trying to figure out, okay, wait, where do I vote? Even the website crashed, Rachel. So people who were trying to figure out where can I vote, they couldn't even find out where to vote because the website crashed. So there were just so many hurdles that these voters had to go through just to cast their ballot today.
Rosa Flores for us in Dallas County, Texas. Rosa, I know we will be back. We keep reporting whatever we can learn about how this is going to be worked out, what's going to be the dispensation of those ballots, how voters if they can be reassured about how this has been administered in Dallas County. It's all really, really important. Thank you. Great to be in there. The last polls of the night have closed. North Carolina, Arkansas, Texas. We are watching this sort of remarkable litigation play out in Texas.
this in terms of votes coming and being cast?
Yeah, originally we were supposed to hear from the senator around 8:30. That's been pushed back several times, and we just got an update that it'll be about 10 to 20 more minutes. And so he'll be speaking right here behind me at this podium. Again, we've been saying this is not a watch party. This is actually just a press event. The seats behind the camera filled with reporters and photographers who are waiting to hear from the senator. We know some of those numbers were late coming in, so right now, as you've been showing some numbers, Cornyn's about 44%, Paxton at 39%, and Watley at about 13%, with about over 60% of the votes being counted. So obviously a long way to go with these numbers, but this is pretty much what the candidates have told us for the last couple months that they expect. The reason this is not a watch party is because Senator Cornyn said we're going to wait to have that watch party until the runoffs in May. So it was very clear that this was the expectation. We know that President Trump did not endorse anyone for this primary in this race, and perhaps he has been waiting for the runoff. So it'll be interesting to see what he does going forward with Cornyn and Paxton, but of course a very contentious and very expensive race so far. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent in just advertising alone. So we can expect that to continue, and we are very interested to see what the senator has to say. But again, what we heard from him in the last just couple of weeks was that this was the expectation, the numbers that he was looking at. That it should be about 10 to 15 minutes. Okay.
Ordering that in Dallas County, stay open for longer because we're
going to get into the Supreme Court and secured an order of the Texas Supreme Court to stop that extension of which in logistical terms is a chaotic order because people were voting, their votes were cast, and now essentially to segregate those votes, separate those votes, Let me give you one other little wrinkle here. Just something that happened else in the city. We've got a little bit of specific reporting on it from Jake Silrock. That's not saying that in Austin, specifically in Travis County. But we're noticing that there's one major category that really just doesn't seem to be factoring into the levels we are getting at Texas almost across the board.
From the Associated Press, this is an Election 2026 update.
All eyes still on Texas on this primary night, the first one of 2026. I am Sagar Magani here at the AP's election headquarters in Washington. Per usual, we are waiting on Texas. It is the big race, or two races that have not yet been called. We are waiting to hear from most of the candidates who are trying to become the two nominees to square off for a Senate seat come November. We did hear from Representative Jasmine Crockett, you saw it live here earlier. We are waiting to hear, hopefully soon, from some combination of John Cornyn, the incumbent Republican. Jasmine Crockett already spoke. You see her rally up on the right side. Ken Paxton, the Attorney General, who is challenging Cornyn for his seat. Also James Talerico, the state representative who is challenging Crockett for the Democratic nomination. Now, all of this waiting, unfolding after, of course, chaos in Texas earlier today. Democrats challenged the fact that their voters were not able to vote at their usual spots in two different counties, in Dallas County, which is Crockett's home, and another in suburban Austin, because Republicans had not agreed to hold joint elections. That meant that after 4 years, people in these two counties could cast their ballots anywhere in that county. They were then redirected to a specific precinct. That set off all kinds of issues. Democrats then sued. A judge then ruled that those polling places could stay open in those two counties 2 hours later than they had. However, Attorney General Ken Paxton's campaign pushed back. Now the state Supreme Court has stepped in and said that the ballots of people cast who got in line after 7 o'clock, those have to be set to the side. It is unclear when or if those ballots will be counted. It is unclear how the Texas Supreme Court's order will be carried out, but it has cast a lot of this, perhaps the most watched races of the night, into a lot of chaos here. Jasmine Crockett complained about it much earlier in the evening. She said it's basically taking away the vote from people. James Talerico complained about it. Republicans notably did not sue over this, so the order did not apply to Republican voters who wanted to get in line and vote after the original cutoff time. So the upshot right now, it's unclear exactly how this is going to unfold. As a result, it's unclear how these primaries are going to unfold. But this is for a big seat. Texas Democrats have not won a statewide election in 32 years. They have not claimed a Senate seat since Lloyd Benson won re-election back in 1988. If they are able to flip the seat that John Cornyn has held since 2002 come November, that would be a big boon in their effort to flip 4 seats overall come November. Texas wasn't even on most Democrats' lists of places that they really could flip. But depending on where the momentum goes here, it could get very interesting for what happens in November. So to recap, we are waiting to hear from most of the campaigns. You have James Talerico's campaign rally on the top left. You have John Cornyn, who notably is not holding a rally. He and his advisors sat behind closed doors in a hotel room in Austin to watch the results, and that setup you see is not in some big hotel ballroom. He's just going to speak to some reporters. It's a very low-key thing. Now, compare what you see on the lower right with the top left. Talerico top left, Cornyn bottom right. Two opposite ends, not just of the political spectrum, but the demographic perspective now. You have James Talerico is 36 years old, right? He's a state representative. He's a seminarian. He used to teach grade school. John Cornyn is more than twice his age. He is 74 years old. He is seeking his 5th term in the United States Senate. He is about as staunch conservative as you can be. He was the number 2 Senate Republican for years when Mitch McConnell was the Republican leader. So 2 very different views for Texas will be on display in coming minutes, and they are both going to speak at some point in very, very different venues. When we'll see Ken Paxton, that is unclear. He has become a MAGA darling despite a lot of political baggage. He was facing an impeachment trial for corruption. His wife accused him of infidelity, but that did not dent his standing, and it only made him more popular as time has gone on within President Trump's MAGA base. And this is the first time that John Cornyn has now faced a serious primary challenge since he was elected to the Senate back in 2002. Also notably in this race, with Cornyn, with Paxton, with Wesley Hunt, President Trump has not offered his coveted endorsement to any of those 3 men. And he was with all 3 of them last week in Corpus Christi, called them out by name. But there was no endorsement to be offered. So it'll be interesting to see what matters more in this race. Is it the money that they've been able to bring in? Or is it the fact that Donald Trump has not put his weight behind one of them? So the wait continues, not only for them to speak tonight, but we may not get any kind of end to this race tonight. With Wesley Hunt, who is a U.S. congressman, not very high profile. Ken Paxton's name is much more well known. John Cornyn, of course, again, formerly the number 2 Senate Republican. This race is likely headed for a runoff, which means it would be decided in May. If the Democrat race ends tonight, with Jasmine Crockett winning, with James Talerico winning, they will have a good head start heading into the midterms. But like with a lot else in Texas right now, there is a lot of waiting and seeing. We will leave you for now to watch these pictures. We will get back to you once we hear one of these candidates, whether it's John Cornyn, whether it's James Talerico, whether it's Ken Paxton, whether they come out and speak. Stay with us. We'll be back soon.
Find a window? Maybe. I was told these something interesting. It's my brain. It's bad. He's Brandon Smart. I kind of heard that moment. Can I make a break for it? Yeah, because I thought you were coming to be the one to be there. I want to.
Good evening, everyone. The statewide early results are in, and we did very well, as expected, and we were on to the runoff. I want to start by thanking my family, without whose support and love I could not do what I get an opportunity to do, representing 32 million Texans in the United States Senate. I want to thank everybody who voted for me, and the way I view it, it's an indication of their trust in the service that I've provided to this great state for many years now. To Congressman Wesley Hunt and his family, you ran a spirited race, and you have a bright future, and I wish you well. We now head into a 12-week primary runoff. Elections are about choices, and the choice in the Republican race for the U.S. Senate is crystal clear. I've worked for decades to build the Republican Party, both here in Texas and nationally. I refuse to allow a flawed, self-centered, and shameless candidate like Ken Paxton risk everything we've worked so hard to build over these many years. There is simply too much at stake in this midterm election for our state and for our country. The final 2 years of President Trump's agenda hangs in the balance. I'm proud to have supported President Trump and worked with him to help him achieve his goals in the Congress. If he's nominated, there's a high risk that Paxton would lose this Senate seat, taking 5 congressional seats down with him. And you don't have to take my word for it. In public polling in the last few months, U.S. Senate nominees are either tied with or beating Paxton if he were the nominee. Ken Paxton as the nominee would be a dead weight at the top of the ticket for Republicans running all across this great state. Over the next 12 weeks, Texas Republican primary voters will hear more about my record of delivering conservative victories in the United States Senate and learn more about Ken's indefensible personal behavior and failures in office. Just like the primary, we have a plan to win the runoff, and we are in the process of executing it. Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton. Thank you all. May God bless Texas, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
Take a few questions. Jim, let's start with AP.
Senator, typically a runoff can be a problem spot for an incumbent when you've got an upstart. You feel like, what do you feel like you need to do to motivate your voters versus Ken Paxton's voters now?
Well, fortunately, I've had the experience of winning a runoff previously when I was Attorney General. I won a contested runoff for the Republican nomination then. Obviously, we need to encourage as many people as possible who voted in the primary to come back on May the 26th. Fortunately, Texas has an early voting period, which will allow anybody and everybody who wants to vote an opportunity to cast their ballot early. If they don't do it, then they can do it on May the 26th. I think there'll probably be, at last count, maybe as many as 5 races on the ballot, which will make it much more likely we'll see a robust turnout of voters then. But as I said, and as I think we've demonstrated, there's simply just too much at stake for Texas voters to stay home. And I don't expect them to stay home. I expect a robust turnout. We'll certainly be encouraging that.
Teresa, WFA.
Senator Cornyn, how did we get here? How is it that in your run for a 5th term, you are facing your first runoff as a Senate candidate?
How did we get here?
Yeah, what is it about Ken Paxton that's driven you to this point?
Well, I like to think, well, first of all, I got a great team. My family, I mentioned, without whose love and support I couldn't do this. But I simply could not in good conscience let someone like Ken Paxton waltz into the Senate as the Senate nominee for the Republican Party for the reasons I mentioned. I think he'll be an albatross around the neck of all of the Republican candidates, including the 5 new congressional seats that President Trump is depending on to win the majority in the House in the midterm elections, which is a challenge given the history. So we continue to do what we've done and talk about my record of support for the president and his policies and my record of legislative accomplishments. And I would say that, as I've said before, that character is on the ballot. Ken Paxton doesn't believe that that matters. He believes that all of his misbehavior and his scandals are sort of baked in the cake, and he's won a couple of elections since much of that has come out. But there's much more that will come out in the runoff, and which will demonstrate his unfitness for office and his liability the potential liability of him being the nominee in November. I won by 10 points in 2020, and I think I can help down the ballot, and I can help President Trump during the remaining 2 years of his term of office after this election.
Last one right here.
Yeah, so Senator, the president has expressed support for you and also for Ken Paxton, did not endorse anyone in this primary. Do you expect that to change now that it's gone to a runoff, and do you expect it to be you?
There's only one person on the planet who knows what President Trump's going to do, and that's him. Certainly, I talk to the president on a regular basis. He's got a great team around him of real professionals, Susie Wild, Chris LaCivita, Tony Fabrizio, just to name a few. And he understands what's at stake. But I understand also why in a contested primary with three of us, he didn't want to have to choose between us and disappoint some of his own base of support. And I think he wanted to see me earn this nomination, as we are well on the path to doing, before he made any kind of decision. But when or if he makes a decision to get involved in the race is entirely up to him.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
You have just heard from the Texas Senate incumbent, John Cornyn, who for the first time since winning that seat in 2002, faced a serious primary challenge from both Ken Paxton and from Wesley Hunt. Now, we've already heard from Wesley Hunt, not a national name. He is a member of Congress. We are now waiting for Ken Paxton to speak. The sitting Texas Attorney General, a MAGA firebrand. Let's just say he and John Cornyn are not good friends. This has been a very bitter primary fight. We don't have a resolution yet in this race, one of the Senate races that there's been a lot of focus on so far. Top left side of your screen is the James Talerico campaign. We've already heard from Jasmine Crockett. They are the two Democrats vying for this nomination. It's unclear whether we will get that resolution tonight or not. What we do know now is that the Republican race will not be called tonight. The AP has called a runoff election between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. Now, we heard John Cornyn say earlier, Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton, that Cornyn plans to leverage his experience. This is his bid to win for a fifth time, to knock down Ken Paxton, who, again, is a MAGA darling, but carries a lot of political baggage from a corruption trial as Attorney General due claims of infidelity by his wife. John Cornyn has been going on about that. Now, we will be ready to toss over to about 200 miles north from Austin to Dallas from the Ken Paxton campaign.
This last primary season to travel the state with Attorney General Ken Paxton and help take out some rhinos in the Texas House, which we're doing again tonight, if you weren't aware of. And everywhere we traveled, I got to tell one story, and I got to tell the story of the radical sham impeachment of Ken Paxton just a couple years ago. And I love telling this story. I remember being brought back into the office with leadership. And I remember leadership in the Texas House looking at me at the time being led by Dade Phelan, who is no longer going to be in the Texas House, I might add. I remember being brought back and said, Nate, what's it going to take to get you to to get you to impeach Ken Paxton, our great Attorney General? And I said, all I need is one thing, evidence. And he looked at me, this leadership shill under our current speaker, and said, Nate, we've already given you 176 pages. Said, no, friends, you've given me hearsay. He is going to be proven innocent, and he will be our great Attorney General again. I was denied the ability to ask questions. We were given 48 hours, and let me tell you something. When the uniparty comes against you with that level of force, we've seen this story before with President Trump. I will tell you this, that the greatest threat to the uniparty is the greatest threat to eliminating our freedom. And there is one thing, and one thing only, that matters in this, is we need to choose the senator who is going to stand with us and not with those who are paying the big checks to John Cornyn right now in Washington, D.C. I remember looking as our great Attorney General was being attacked by the Texas House, and I remember knowing that he would come out on top. I remember traveling the state and watching as he riled up the base to get true conservatives behind us. And I'm here to tell you, there is no greater attorney general than we've ever had for the state of Texas. A man who has stood and been steadfast for election integrity like no other attorney general in the history of our country ever has. A man who has stood with us against the sexualization of our children. A man who has stood for life. A man who has stood for religious freedom across America. A man who has stood in the way of the woke radical left trying to come against us as believers and as Christians. A man who has walked with us, talked with us, and been an ally in every single way. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to see our next U.S. Senator Ken Paxton representing us in the U.S. Senate. I'll tell you this right now. There is one man who can stand up to the radical swamp in D.C. in this race. There is one man with a backbone that's been galvanized, that has fought for us since day and that has refused to bend a knee to the incredibly strong lobby that is coming for every single person that does not bend a knee at their will. I will tell you this right now. I will stand with Ken Paxton till the end. I have stood with him since the beginning because he stands with you and he stands with me and he says Texas first, not the radical special interests that are trying to take over our country today. There's a plan in Washington, D.C. to create a situation where illegals can begin to vote across our nation. Now we know that illegals are already voting in some of our blue states. We know that there's voter fraud. Why would we choose anyone else to be our battle-tested warrior in Washington, D.C. than the one attorney general that refused to back down and refused to acknowledge and continued to say that 2020 was a stolen election? We have a warrior who's ready to fight with us. We have a warrior who's ready to stand with us. We have a warrior who's ready to run through the finish line. And there is no one I would rather get behind inside of this runoff that we are heading into than the one and only, our next U.S. Senator, Ken Paxton. Can you get loud for our next U.S. Senator? He's going to join us in just a moment. And I have a feeling tonight is going to be an incredible night. One more time, give it up for our next U.S. Senator.
Recently promoted, he was earning more, but investing for the future, and therefore he needed a plan. With his advisor Dennis, Alex invested his savings into 3 accounts, one for now, one for later, and of course, his retirement. A plan in motion with the future in focus. A wedding, the barn of many kids, maybe kids. The point here, Alex has long big goals for his future. He's got a plan to get there.
And if I see that DP worsens, my friends might decide it's too much for them to handle.
When life with a rare disease gets tough,
I had been used to being really active, and then all of a sudden it kind of went my way.
that's when the Thrive team gets going. When you do this, your body will stop. I'm my first party, and so I really need your help. Honestly, the best thing about the video outfit. Watch the Thrive team at work on Vail. Well done. Streaming now on Vail. Take your home from everywhere.
My ring! The monkey stole my ring!
Well, anything else? The water bill and economics get
For our new podcast, it is now presents Watley. We are positioning ourselves at the intersection of culture and politics. We talk about what we see in our movies so you can start to pocket too. And this now presents Crime. Listen now, the episodes drop Thursdays.
We're coming up on 11 p.m. Eastern Time on what is turning out to be a really interesting first big primary night of 2026 midterms. This is a look at the status in the Texas Democratic U.S. Senate primary. This is too early to call for our partners at the Associated Press. You see James Talerico just over 50%, Jocelyn Crockett just under 50%. 50% is the magic number in terms of whether or not this is going to go to a race, to a runoff in which these two will have to face off again at the end of May. If either of them get to 50%, they will win outright and they will be the Democratic nominee for Senate in November. On the Republican side, we do have a projection that in the Senate race in Texas, the Republican race will go to a runoff. That will be incumbent Republican U.S. Senator John Cornyn in a runoff against Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. I will just share this with you. John Cornyn reacting to the news that he will be going to the runoff against Ken Paxton. Cornyn said this, quote, Texas Republican primary voters will learn more about Ken's indefensible personal behavior and failures in office. Quote, Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton. Thank you all. That's going to be a lot of fun. Ali, so you've obviously been very focused on these Senate races, but let's talk about some of the House races that you've been watching as well.
Okay, this one's a gift for you in Texas 15, and this is just moments ago been called. Bobby Polito is going to represent the Democrats in the election. 88% of the vote in Bobby Polito is a musician, a Grammy Award-winning Tejano artist, and he has defeated Ada Cuellar, which is an interesting race. But to your point about Cornyn and struggling, incumbents struggling tonight, there are a lot of incumbents struggling. I want to go to District 18 in Texas. This is an interesting story. There were two Democratic incumbents running against each other, Christian Menefee and Al Green. Christian Menefee's been in Congress for about 3 weeks or something. Al Green had his district redistricted, so to 18, even though Menefee's just been there for a few weeks, it's more his district than it was Al Green's district. They're running against each other. 70% of the vote is in. I do want to remind you, again, virtually none of the same-day vote is in. 2, 5, 3%. But there's a difference of 2,500 votes, so it's not decided. But Menefee is winning there. Let's go to Dallas. Texas 33. This is an interesting story. Roland was the incumbent. Julie Johnson is the incumbent. They worked together. This has not been a very friendly campaign. With 61% of the vote, Roland is winning there, 45.5% to 33.9% for Julie Johnson. Remember, Colin Allred stepped out to run for the Senate last time, and now he's back in. Let's go to GOP primaries. I want to go to, hold on, where am I looking here? Well, I was going to show you, here we go. Let's go to Gonzales, District 23. You were talking about this earlier. Tony Gonzales, who beat his challenger, Brandon Herrera, by about 400 points last time around, is now still ahead. 58% of the vote in, and he's at 44% to 40% for Brandon Herrera. Again, this was a super close race last time, and there's still 42% of the vote to come in. But at the moment, Tony Gonzales, despite all the scandals surrounding him, and he did a lot, is still in.
That's remarkable. Chris,
I just want to react to John Cornyn's statement. One of the things that's so sort of fascinating and sort of grimly comedic about watching these sort of battles in the marathon is like, Donald Trump is the president of the United States. You're going to attack a Republican because what? He did. He was Texas and Texas! Life with women? Like, does that work anymore? I mean, there is this sense that, like, maybe it does. Maybe there's a different set of rules for Donald Trump, and you can still
you know, John Cornyn said he was concerned about a bunch of radicals who were going to show up to vote today. It looks like you all showed up. I want to start by thanking my kids, my grandchildren for their constant love and support. I think I speak for every parent and grandparent in this room when I say this. Our children and their future are what we are fighting for every single day. For us, this is about saving America for the next generation. I want to take a moment to thank you all and every supporter across the state who has taken the time to volunteer, to vote, to get involved in this critical fight. And thank you to the Paxton Patriots for dedicating your time and your resources to support this effort and help us get our message out all across Texas. Together with your support, we just sent a message loud and clear to Washington. We are not going to go quietly, and we are not going to let you buy the seat. I want to tell you the last time I felt this kind of energy in one room. I was actually at Mar-a-Lago when President Trump announced he was running again in 2024. I don't know if you remember, but it was right after the midterms and everyone was turning on the president. The establishment, the media, and most Republican elected officials in America were lining up against him. Not me. I was proud to fly to Mar-a-Lago and be one of the only elected officials in America, along with my good friend Congressman Troy Nehls, who stood with the president the night he announced his campaign. Troy and I, along with everyone else there, knew something special was happening that night. And we were right. Right now, I feel that same momentum, the same sense that history is turning. Now let's talk about what happened, what just happened. John Cornyn spent around $100 million trying to buy this seat. We spent around $5 million. It was confirmed today that he received the most ad support for an incumbent in a single primary in U.S. history. But we proved something they'll never understand in Washington. Texas is not for sale. As votes continue to be counted, it looks like we're headed to a runoff, and that's because of you. The people of Texas made your voices heard. After all the personal attacks, which there were many, and after all the lies, you listened to what John Cornyn was selling, and you weren't buying it. Nearly 60% of Texas voters who have known Cornyn for over 40 years, after hearing $100 million worth of ads, chose to vote against the incumbent. That's historic. Tonight, change was on the ballot and change won. Texans want new leadership. They want someone with a proven record of fighting and winning for them. And that's exactly what I'm going to deliver. Because for too long, John Cornyn has turned his back on us. For too long, he attacked the border wall by calling it naive and pushed amnesty while our country was being invaded. For too long, he stabbed our president in the back by trying to derail his presidential campaigns and supporting the Democrats' lawfare against the president. And for too long, he sold us out to Democrats, even siding with Joe Biden to push the worst gun control bill in decades. Those days are coming to an end. And now, as we head into this runoff, we're going to make the choice even clearer. While John Cornyn was cutting deals on gun control and amnesty, I was suing corrupt Joe Biden over 107 times. 107 times. And we didn't just file lawsuits, we won massive victories for our freedoms, for our border security, and for our Constitution. That's the contrast. When he compromised, we fought. It's not about personal attacks, it's about what your record of delivering for the people of Texas is. And on that front, John Cornyn has failed us time and time again. I've traveled the state asking one simple question. I've done this since day one, every group I've been in front of. In his over 40 years of office, you cannot name one single accomplishment that he's done to help the state of Texas. 40 years. And without fail, everywhere I go, no one has an answer. No one can name that accomplishment. The people of Texas deserve better. That's the message we're taking into the runoff. I think you all might remember the last time a U.S. Senate race went to a runoff in Texas. It was 2012. A political outsider, not well known at the time, by the name of Ted Cruz, took on the establishment giant. No one said he could do it. And after getting second place in the initial primary, patriotic Texans showed up in the runoff. And you know what happened? Some smart people in the audience. Ted Cruz performed over 22 points better and won the runoff in a resounding victory. The same thing is going to happen here. I've been in 2 statewide runoffs as Attorney General, and I've never won by less than 30 points, and I don't plan on starting now. The victory we're going to secure in this runoff will be even sweeter than the last ones. Now, John Cornyn is going to try to steal the election with another $100 million going into this Senate race. But here's what we proved tonight. While the money may be on his side, the people are on our side. And in Texas, the people always win. As we reflect on this election, I want to take a moment to thank Wesley Hunt for being in this race. Wesley served our country honorably in uniform. And I have no doubt he ran because he loves Texas and he wanted to continue serving our state. And let me say this to everyone who voted. Whether you voted for me, for Wesley, or even John, I'm going to fight to earn your support. Whether you were my strongest ally or you donated to fund the attacks against me, I want you to know that I'm going to fight every day to earn your support, because this is going to be the #1 Senate race in America targeted by the Democrats. We cannot let them take it. Our party is a big tent. We don't agree on everything, but we agree on the most important thing. We must defeat the Democrats in November. I want you on this team because this campaign is bigger than one person. It's about the future of Texas and the future of our great country, America. As Attorney General, I've won 3 elections, and I've won those general elections because I've focused on uniting our party. We still have an important runoff ahead, no doubt, but I think everyone in this room, everyone in Texas, and everyone in Washington knows where this is headed. I will be the Republican nominee, and we must stay focused. Because the Democrats have never been more radical, they've never been more unhinged. We've got James Talerico, a far-left radical who wants to abolish ICE, says God is non-binary, I'm not even sure I know what that means, and thinks Christians are commanded to put boys in girls' sports. He will do nothing more than be a puppet for Chuck Schumer and the National Democrats. That's what we're up against. So we must stay focused, we must stay united, and we must be ready to send a second conservative senator to Washington. Ted Cruz has been a champion for Texas. He's recommended strong judges and defended our freedoms. He's fought for us every single day in the Senate. And I think it's time we send him and President Trump some reinforcements. And I'm running to do just that. I want to help confirm strong constitutional conservative judges who will defend our rights, not undermine them. I want to help make America healthy again by taking on big food and big pharma, just like I've done as Attorney General. I want to lower costs for you and your family by cutting fraud and the wasteful spending that's driving inflation. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with our brave men and women in uniform at this critical moment in our nation's history. I want to go to the Senate to fight for you every single day. So let's finish this, Texas. We have 3 months to push forward, to grow this movement, to bring more people into this campaign before we get to the general election. Please knock on doors, make the calls, help your neighbors, your friends, your coworkers. Get involved in the movement to take this seat back from the swamp and return it to the people of Texas. This is our moment. And I cannot thank you enough for your prayers, for your hard work, for your vote, and for your belief in me. God bless you. God bless this great state of Texas, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Planning to move? Choose Pods, the most awarded container moving company. Pods brings the container to you. Then we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure pod storage center. And you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Look at pods.com.
The cold truth is, you can't work from home when you're sick. You need fast relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus Day Cold and Flu Liquid Gels burst into action, relieving your cold and flu symptoms fast. Nothing works faster. Alka-Seltzer Plus.
Blood Labs is just a fancy looking fusion body. It's Gillette's best shape, and its ultra soft blades last 50% longer. Hey Joe, how feel my cheeks? Gillette, the best a man can get. Keeps getting better.
Here I am, field trip shopper. Before helping prevent migraine, you can adopt these hard-hitting claims. And look at me now. We'll never truly prevent migraine, but Talerico reduces attacks, making more zero migraine days possible to help you advocate with a migraine feeling. Don't take if allergic. Stop taking and get help right away for allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face, lip, or tongue swelling, itching, or rash. Tell your doctor about increased blood pressure or color changes, pain, or numbness in fingers and toes. Ask your doctor about Talerico to help prevent migraine. Instagram tea accounts with automatic protections. With content settings now inspired by 13 plus movie ratings. And limits on who can contact teams. Why did you think so? Stop. Receiving of stock. 3, 2, 1. Instagram tea accounts with automatic protections.
Attorney General Ken Paxton mingling with supporters after essentially earning a runoff with John Cornyn for the Republican nomination for Cornyn's Texas Senate seat come November. Paxton says change was on the ballot and change won for Texas, blasting Cornyn as a politician whose time has come and gone, accusing him of voting against Donald Trump, of trying to sideline the president's agenda. Paxton is a big MAGA favorite, very clearly aligning himself with the president and that agenda. So come May, it will be John Cornyn trying to secure a path to winning a 5th Senate seat, first elected in 2002, against Ken Paxton in May. As for who they will face in the November general election, we still don't know. There's been a lot of chaos in Texas tonight as we move one step closer, several months, but one step closer to learning who is going to claim that Senate seat in Texas. James Talerico, a state senator, all of 36 years old, who has quickly become a Democratic favorite. See his campaign rally on the left side of the screen in Austin, Texas. We've already heard from Jasmine Crockett, Texas Congresswoman from the Dallas area, who has been complaining about some moves, she says, by Republicans that disenfranchised Democrat voters, both in Dallas County and another one not far from where Talerico is right now, outside of Austin, where Republicans did not sign on to hold joint primaries with Democrats. That meant that for the first time in years, Democrats had to be in very specific precincts as opposed to being able to vote anywhere in that county. That caused a whole lot of confusion. That led to long lines. That led to Democratic lawsuits. That led to a judge ruling that polling places in those counties had to stay open. 2 hours later, Ken Paxton's campaign complained. The state Supreme Court got involved, said those ballots need to be separated. It's not entirely clear at this moment what that means, when or if those ballots will actually be counted. Jasmine Crockett earlier was furious, saying that there cannot be a winner decided until votes from Dallas County, from where she is from, are counted. So that hangs in the balance right now. She says she will not speak again. We have not actually laid eyes on James Talerico tonight, but clearly supporters still waving signs, still hoping that the state senator does come out to speak. If and when he does, we at the AP will bring it to you. So stay tuned for more images as the first night of primaries of what promises to be a very interesting midterm campaign moves on here on this Tuesday. Stay with us.
That Jen was talking about a little earlier. We now have 94% of the vote in, but it's so close that it's not been called yet. This is NC4. Valerie Fouché, the incumbent, is leading by 1,682 votes. It's 49.4 to 48.3. Nita Alam is the challenger here. This one, it's very rare that you have 94% of the vote in and you're not actually able to call a race. So this one we're watching very closely.
And that's a really interesting race. Again, one of those generational competitions. Fouché is 69 years old. Alam is 32 years old. Alam's been endorsed by Bernie Sanders and Justice Democrats. She's really good at social media. The Democratic Party figures like David Hogg have campaigned for her. Valerie Fouché, not a particularly controversial Democratic member of Congress, not a particularly conservative Democratic member of Congress, but facing some of those other sort of wins, really, in terms of the way that the Democratic Party's evolving.
Yeah, I mean, they're both for Medicare for all. They're pretty progressive on a range of things. What's also very interesting about this race that I think a lot of Democrats are going to be talking about is there was kind of an anti-APAC PAC that spent a lot of money on behalf of Nita Alam. And what they accused the incumbent of is basically her ties to APAC. Now, she has not taken money from APAC since 2024. She took some in 2024 and before that, but she has basically said, I'm not taking money from them, and she hasn't. But still, there's no question, I would say that is a factor here in how close this race is. And I think other Democrats are going to talk about that, and it's going to be a factor.
So
during my time off, I spoke to 3 big Democratic donors, right? And we were talking, who's doing well, who's not doing well. They didn't want to talk about anyone's names. All they wanted to talk about was Ken Paxton. And they said, tomorrow, Democrats need to wake up and realize this isn't about policy, this isn't about platform, this is about the United States. We cannot depend on the fact that we have free and fair elections here. And all 3 donors that I spoke to said, Democrats need to get their game on and bring the right weapons to this fight that we are now in for. Like, it's not even about, is it James Talerico? Is it going to be Jasmine Crockett? It's, do we have free and fair elections? And based on what we're seeing tonight, these 3 donors said, we don't feel that way. And I said, well, that means somebody's asking you for a big, big check tomorrow. And they all said, yeah, we know. But it's amazing to me that, like, no one had any interest in talking about any of these individual candidates, and they are so thrown and bothered by what's happening tonight, vis-a-vis Paxton.
Which actually, I mean, as much as you're saying it's not a politics thing, it's such a political opening for Democratic candidates and Democratic Party people who can recognize that that's where the fuel is here. Standing up for American small d democracy as a small d Democrat right now is the best thing you could probably do for your political prospects.
Yes, but I think the point that we're trying to make is stop thinking small Democrats, stop being kind and nice and considerate. This is the fight of your lifetime because it is about democracy.
Yeah.
Just at this point, I was saying this during the break, but Greg Bizarre, who's a progressive, he's chair of the Progressive Caucus. He's a Texas Democrat, rising very young. He tweeted, or X, or whatever we're calling these days, basically saying James Talerico, the lead in that caucus race, is the future of the Democratic Party, and Jasmine Crockett is fantastic and great and can't see what she does, essentially. I'm paraphrasing. But what I think this is interesting is because there's a recognition among leading Democrats who love Jasmine Crockett and love James Talerico that this is going to be a problem unless there is some type of unified front and kind of unified effort So that's quite telling to me. And I think it's part of that freaking people out because they're looking at this and they're like, this is chaotic. They're messing with us. What are we doing? And how they're messing with us.
We should also just note, I just want to say, like, just for the point of mathematical rigor here, that, like, we just don't know, A, what the margin might end up being and what the margin of the votes that are in that window are. And the reason I say that is not to say, like, well, it's fine, it doesn't matter, it's not outcome determinative. No, it does matter on principle grounds. But fundamentally, I think when you're thinking about, like, what the outcome of the election is, if the election is won by 6 or 7 points or 5 points or 4 points, I mean, it does matter a tremendous amount in terms of what happens in the rest of the night and the rest of the vote.
I think this is so important. This is for these Democratic election officials, if they could share how many of these votes, I know we got some information from excellent reporting, are out there that would help provide at least some clarity with some information.
May I interject with something that may be a constructive addition to this conversation? On the phone right now is Dallas County Elections Administrator Paul Adams. Hopefully help us through some of the details here. Mr. Adams, thank you very much for taking time to join us today.
Absolutely, thanks for having me.
So first of all, can you tell us what your job is and what you are responsible for so we understand your remit and what your day has been like this far?
So I'm the Dallas County Elections Administrator, so I oversee elections administration in all of Dallas County, Texas.
Okay, and today Dallas County, Texas has had some trouble in its elections administration, which we've been following from here in New York, looking at this from the outside, and now seeing this grave consternation that it's causing, particularly in Democratic Party circles, worrying that something wrong has happened in Dallas County that might not only affect the outcome of these crucial Senate primaries, but that might signal that something has been sort of messed with in terms of people's ability to cast their votes and have them counted as they were cast. What should we understand about what's happened today in Dallas County and the kind of chaos that has been reported?
So I think what's important to know is that for the last handful of years, Dallas County voters have been used to voting at vote centers where they can go to any location in the county and cast their ballot. They were able to do that for early votes, which we had all the way up until this past Friday. And then, because the political parties were not able to enter into a joint election here in Texas, if both political parties agree to a joint election in the county, then there can be countywide voting. So that was continued. That had previously been the case. There was not a joint primary this time, so that forced us to go back to precinct-based voting, which has not happened in Dallas County in quite some time. I believe that's 2018. So then, voters who have been used to going to any location, maybe close to work, maybe close to school, now we're forced to go to precinct-based voting, which has not happened here in nearly a decade, and that created quite a bit of confusion on election day.
In terms of the legal process that has played out over the course of this afternoon and into this evening, we initially saw an order essentially that because of a lot of voters' experience and the kind of confusion that you're describing, for the reasons that you're describing, there was an order that polling places should be held open longer than they otherwise would be in Dallas County. And then that order was suspended effectively during the extended polling times by order of the Texas Supreme Court. First, let me ask you if I got all that right, if I said that correctly, and if I did, can you tell us what that has meant in practical terms in your county?
So yeah, you've been paying attention. In terms of the practical matter, practically we're dealing with massive changes in election this quickly, which is not unheard of in an election. But when it's happening and you're dealing with the thousands of workers that we have out in the field, in order to properly shift them to make sure everybody is on the same page, can be a monumental task. And the kind of whiplash of going from 6 o'clock to approximately 6 o'clock, all the poll workers expecting, all right, we're going to close at 7, to then shortly after that being notified, no, we're going to stay open until 9 because of the order, but it only applies to the Democrats. As I mentioned, this was a non-joint primary, so it didn't apply to the Republicans. So there's just a message going out that the Republicans are still going to close at 7. Democrats will stay open until 9, and then this goes to the Texas Supreme Court. That then stays the decision, which we got sometime about 8:30, and now a message has to go then back out to the workers in the field to then accommodate that change that has happened because of the stay. So a lot of complex pieces happening all within a very, very quick amount of time for all of the workers to be able to adjust to, and have to then explain to the voters that are in line what is going on.
And if I'm understanding you correctly, all those poll workers are in myriad different locations because this is precinct-based voting, and so it's not like they're all in one place where they can all collectively get together physically in the same place and talk about how this is going to be done, right? This is disparate locations?
That is correct. These are hundreds of locations throughout the county that were selected by the political party. So some of them are same places where the Democrats, Republicans, all of them where there were. It is a non-joint primary. When you go back to the precinct-based voting, it allows them to, the political parties, to choose all these different locations. But we do have to communicate with them. But once again, depending on how busy they are, various things that are going on, we need to make sure that we're paying attention to their messages and making sure that they're fulfilling each section of these requirements as they come down relatively quickly.
When the Supreme Court ordered that votes cast after 7 p.m., which was the initial closing time before it was extended, that votes cast after 7 p.m. should be essentially sequestered, that they should be kept, but kept separate from the other votes that were cast over the course of the day. Is that something that was technically feasible at all locations?
Technically feasible, yeah, that they can sequester them. Any of the ballots that will be cast that's ordered by a court when a location has to stay open is going to vote by provisional ballot. So you would cast a provisional ballot, you would make a notation that it is because of a court order to be held after, or it was cast after 7 o'clock, that you were not on by 7 o'clock. Those already have messages so they can easily sequester.
Okay. And is this still a live issue? As I was reading the Supreme Court ruling, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not necessarily good at reading specific stuff like this, even when I'm pretending to be a lawyer. But it seems to me that there was an indication that this is still a live issue, that this was essentially a stay that the Supreme Court had issued, but that this was a matter that was still going to be under further consideration. Is it still a live issue, and is that how and when it will be decided whether those provisional ballots are in fact counted?
Yeah, so at this point, it is my expectation that this is a stay for the time being, that there will be continued litigation potentially on this, and then we'll see what happens. So I do not anticipate that this is the end of this particular situation. I anticipate that there will be further litigation about what has happened this evening.
Not just in Dallas County, but around the state of Texas, we have been noticing that election day votes haven't been tallied at a pace that's keeping up with other forms of early vote, in particular, and mail vote. When do you expect election day votes will be counted in Dallas County and those results reported?
I would imagine because of that initial stay that holds back the processing time, I anticipate it may not be until well into the early morning hours that we will have final numbers. At this point, we're still waiting on a handful of locations to report back. This is a geographically large county, not just a large population, but large in geography. So some of these places that have been open later, even when that court ruling, when the state came down, if you had anybody in line that had been there at 7 o'clock and was in line, they were still allowed to vote regular ballot. I mean, you know, there were a few locations in the county that had lines that had been that long. So there were cases where people were still voting up until relatively recently. So we expect it's going to be a little while before those returns come back.
Dallas County Elections Administrator Paul Adams, I'm just going to ask you one last question before we let you go, and I really appreciate you giving us this time tonight, helping us understand this with such clarity to our audience as we've been talking about this so long tonight. There are going to be a lot of people who are having a lot of feelings about what has happened in Dallas County tonight. We're already seeing people sort of theorizing and coming up with relatively, elaborate speculation in terms of who done it and why this happened and who was behind it and whose fault it is, and whether or not the election results from Dallas County and therefore from Texas should be trusted. I just wanted to put that to you as Dallas County Elections Administrator and just ask what you would say to the voters of Dallas County and other people looking in on your county from outside, around the state and around the country right now, who are having those types of sort of dark feelings about what's happening here.
Well, I would say two things. I would say that first, that's one of the reasons why I support countywide vote centers to allow the voters to vote at any location where they have previously in the county. It's convenient. I think it is helpful to the voters to vote that way. The other thing I would say, when people are looking for, okay, well, who's behind what's going on, as I mentioned previously, all of the election workers that are here in the county, these are not people that have been brought in from someplace else. These are your family, your friends, your neighbors, community members that step up and volunteer to put on this process. And that, to me, is what helps ensure the integrity of our system, is that we have people that are from every walk of life that are stepping up, serving basically as volunteers to make sure that our system of democracy works.
Well, Paul Adams, you expected to be approaching the end of what I know has been a very busy season and a very long day and a long night already. I dare say that you are just at the beginning. So good luck to you and your colleagues in Dallas County. And again, I really do appreciate your spending this time with us to help us understand what's happening there. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
I should say that in Texas, we are seeing some counties starting to post their day of vote. We're going to be checking in on one very big one next right after this break. Much more afterwards.
Moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep you out of the picture. Now, there's Sky Visit. Get back in the picture. Sky Visit is proved to help deliver relief, repair, and remission. Feel significant symptom relief as early as 4 weeks. Sky Visit is proven to help physically repair damage of the intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year, and to help people achieve lasting remission.
Don't use it allergic. Serious allergic reactions, including infections or vulnerability to function may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections in TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's disease.
Ready to get back in the picture with Sky Visit? Ask your doctor about the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's at UCPY.
I remember the department being so fast. Like, good school shortly started. I remember getting my first jersey. When you get there, you feel like that gut feeling of excitement. I love it. Look, I remember that. Screaming my heart out at that concert. Souvenirs, and experiences you'll never forget. Taste Freedom Unlimited. When your gut is at balance, your body gives you signs. So if you're frustrated with occasional bloating or gas, help stop the frustration and start taking a line every day. A line probiotic is specifically designed by gastroenterologists to help relieve your occasional bloating and gas, so you can enjoy life. When you feel the signs, it's time to try a lot.
The cold truth is, you can't work from home when you're sick. You need fast relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus Day Cold and Flu Liquid Gels burst into action, relieving your cold and flu symptoms fast. Nothing works faster. Alka-Seltzer Plus.
We knew our last Verbo was going to be incredible. We didn't know the hot tub's broken. But thanks to Verbo Care and 24/7 My Support, we moved us a better place, better hot tub.
Got any room for that?
Teenagers are full of surprises. Verbo is not. If you know, you Verbo.
magnet processing capacity by 46% in the past 5 years. And with USPS Cloud Advantage, your package will stay in our secure network, door to door, nationwide. Affordable visibility, near real-time tracking, affordable pricing, for peace of mind. USPS Cloud Advantage.
Cloud in purpose. Your workflow now basic. Grand Canyon University, an affordable private Christian university, is one of the largest universities in the country, offering more than 285 programs online. In addition to federal grants and HSC's online students received nearly $161 million in institutional scholarships in 2024. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu/offer to see the scholarships you may qualify for.
Welcome back to our coverage of the first big primary night of the 2026 midterms. Here's a really interesting race. This is not something that we would typically be talking about at the national level, but there is a state Senate race in North Carolina where it is the state Senate Republican leader. His name is Phil Berger, and he's been the most powerful Republican in North Carolina for like 15 years. And he was facing a primary challenge this year tonight from a very popular, very MAGA local county, a local sheriff, a local elected sheriff. This state Senate leader in North Carolina then decided, out of the goodness of his heart, that he would definitely force through redistricting in North Carolina to benefit the Republican Party, and then miraculously, after doing so, got the President of the United States to endorse him in his state Senate race in North Carolina rather than the MAGA sheriff, who's been this guy. The MAGA sheriff guy was like the head of sheriffs for Trump in 2016, and he was Trump's North Carolina chairman in 2020, I think. So it's been this incredibly interesting race where there's this very MAGA guy who's very Trump's favorite kind of guy, like Rich Callahan and all thing, against this guy who did Trump a real solid, and he was a very powerful North Carolina Republican.
And got the endorsement in exchange.
And didn't get the endorsement from Trump. As of right now, in that race, this is the North Carolina State Senate President Pro Tem Phil Berger. There's 99.09% of the precincts have reported at this point, and the distance between them is 50.00% to 50.00%. It is literally 2 votes between them out of 26,000 votes cast. Phil Berger has 13,075 votes, and the sheriff who's primarying him has 13,077 votes. Which is just, I mean, hey, every vote counts. Hey, presumably that will be on your recount for a month.
Kind of interesting too, though, because there's a little bit of this, like, there's the Trump endorsement, and then it's like, we really know who you support. You know what I mean? You can get him, someone to put the phone in front of him, and he can do the, like, he's like, you know, there's only so much that works.
Some of these things we've been watching in House races. I'm also curious as to whether the election day same-day votes coming in Texas Senate.
We are getting some of that. Like, this is Stephanie's here, my old friend. I have a little pop quiz for you. What do the Texas Rangers, the Atlanta Braves, the Los Angeles Angels, and the New York Times have in common?
New York Times?
New York Yankees.
I was going to say, I was going to say baseball.
Baseball? Teams with 75% of the vote in Texas 21, which is an interesting district because it's sort of the suburb of Boston and the suburb of San Antonio and a whole lot of Texas. He has been called as the winner in that 61% of the vote. Mark Sheriff, endorsed by Greg Abbott, endorsed by Donald Trump, and he will be the Republican candidate there
in that district. Nice to think you win. All right, this is why 68% of the vote is in. Talerico has 52%, Skedappin Rock is 47%, and you can see the day of vote is still scant, 8 to 10% of the vote. Let's go to Talerico's backyard, Austin, Texas. 72% of the vote is in there. You've got 76% of the vote so far, and you can see that of the day of vote, he's performing about 17% of the total votes in day off for him, 16% to Jennifer Crocker. So the percentages are very similar around there. Going through the state, you can still see Harris County, Houston, virtually no election day vote there. We already know that Dallas has no day of vote there. Fort Worth, again, very little. So there's still a lot of day of votes to come in. Bear County, which is San Antonio, has very little vote. Christie, Nueces County, 78% of the vote in. You can see there, and we're seeing this in some Texas counties where it's more than a quarter, sometimes 30 or 40%. But generally speaking, we're still missing a lot of day off vote here. But at the moment, 68% of the state is in. And as we are describing it, it's too early to call because there's just a lot of votes that we don't have there. In order for Jasmine Crockett to pull ahead, by the way, we have to see her overperform in Dallas. There are a lot of votes in Dallas. That's where she is likely to do the best, and she has to perform very well. She has to overperform her mail-in and advance ballots on the day of voting. But it's entirely possible that she did. We just won't know.
And to be clear, some breaking news when just reported in conversation with the Dallas County Elections Administrator. I asked him directly what he thinks the day of votes for Dallas County will be counted, and he said he doesn't think until at least the early morning hours. So we're going to be looking at a long trail in terms of when those votes are coming in Texas. All right, we got so much more ahead tonight. The night is young. We'll be right back. Stay after.
Dry eye relief isn't just a feeling. It's a science. TheraTears has oxalates, a unique blend of the 5 vital electrolytes found in natural tears, all working together to support hydration. For a feeling no other drop can give. Give your eyes a burst of long-lasting relief with TheraTears Dry Eye Therapy. Science-backed hydration.
The cold truth is, you can't work from home when you're sick. You need fast relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus Stay Cold and Flu Liquid Gels burst into action, relieving your cold and flu symptoms fast. Nothing works faster. Alka-Seltzer Plus. Check it out. Now that I've reevaluated my workplace benefits and retirement saving employer, I'm feeling great. How's your retirement play? I'm good. Yeah, I'm ignoring it and hoping for the best. Ignoring it and hoping for the best. Well, Voya is helping me make the right benefit and investment choices for my future. Check this out, though. Come on. Good retirement. Correct.
Don't just hope for a strong future, plan for one with Voya. Plan, invest, protect. When your gut is unbalanced, your body gives you signs. So if you're frustrated with occasional bloating or gas, try to stop the frustration and start taking a line every day. A line is specifically designed by gastroenterologists to help relieve your occasional bloating and gas. So you can enjoy it. When you feel the signs, it's time to try one. Planning to move? Choose Pause, the most awarded container moving company. Pause brings the container to you. Then we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure Pause storage center. And you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pause with your next move. Look at Pause.com.
This is the true story of Alex. Recently promoted, he was earning, but investing for the future, I definitely needed a plan. With his advisor Dennis, Alex invested his savings into 3 accounts, one for now, one for later, and of course, his retirement. A plan in motion for the future in focus. The wedding, the barn, kids, maybe kids. The point here, Alex has one of the big goals for his future. He's got a plan to get there.
As I started growing out my natural hair color, I noticed my moderate to severe lines. I booked a Botox cosmetic consultation to temporarily make my brow, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. What was important to me was that I still look like me, just with fewer lines. And I'm confident about my results.
Botox cosmetic effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms.
Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions are on highest risk. Don't receive Botox cosmetic if you have skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, or swelling. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. I'm the one and only doctor now, and I got treated with the one and only Botox cosmetic. Find a licensed Botox cosmetic specialist at BotoxCosmetic.com.
This is Fresh Pet. Here, there are no fillers, no spray-on flavors. There are no cut corners, no easy ways out. Just vet-developed recipes packed with fresh meat and healthy veggies. Because real, fresh, healthy food belongs in everybody's bowl. Fresh Pet. Healthy food, fresh from the fridge.
How we doing, Texas? Y'all having a good night out there? We fired up? We feeling good? Y'all ready to take our state back? I am Austin State Representative John Busey. I have the pleasure of serving with my good friend and decimate for the last 8 years, James Talerico, in the Texas House. I want to let you know that tonight our movement is shocking the nation. Our team is feeling confident, but we are waiting on an official call. So I'm here to tell you, don't anybody go anywhere. Stick around. This has been a long fight. It's going to be a longer fight, and we're not going home yet. We'll be back soon with some more updates. Thank you, Texas.
But it was good that he did that.
Interesting candidate because he's not a traditional political candidate. But you are an expert. Tell us a little bit about this district and about why he could give Democrats a shot, if you think that's the case.
It's a huge outcome for the Democrats. He was a heavily recruited candidate. He speaks to a number of people in rural, heavily Hispanic communities who might not traditionally vote. Or they may have been the folks who voted for Trump and the Republicans last time after a long history of running Democratic previously. Doesn't agree that part of the Democrats' calculation here is winning back Hispanic voters they lost. They think Bobby Julio is their secret weapon. Again, rural, conservative, Hispanic voters respond to this guy because of his non-traditional background. He's been able to have conversations with people who never would have talked to a Democratic candidate, might never have seen a Democratic candidate in this district. Monica Dela Cruz, the incumbent, is one of those people who the Republicans thought they'd be able to get reelected pretty easily if the Democrats just took a pass on this race, but they actually have a real candidate as their standard bearer, and this will be a real race in the fall. And it could be the difference for Democrats as they try to get the majority back in the U.S. House. This is one of those seats they could win, they have to win, and the Trump midterm, they win.
I followed this race a little bit, but I think it's interesting too because his positions don't seem to be all aligned traditionally with progressive Democrats or Democrats from Washington. He's been a little bit apolitical. But can you talk a little bit more about his candidacy? Because it's not like an anti-Trump and an anti-Trump year. It's a lot more complex than that.
He is not a culture war Democrat at all. He's talking about the economy, kitchen table issues, affordability. He's talking about public education. School vouchers passed in the last Texas legislative session. So for the first time now, school vouchers are the law in Texas. He has been campaigning against school vouchers for public education. He's making his whole candidacy about economic opportunity. And again, the economy was one of the reasons that many of those conservative Hispanic voters in the last election switched from Democrat to Republican. He is taking back that issue on behalf of the Democrats, on behalf of the state. And so he is not running a traditional national Democratic Party playbook. He is staying very close to that. He's speaking to the things that matter to the district. And it's really, it begins and ends with the economy.
Are Republicans also nervous about this race?
Well, I talked to Republican consultants who are completely worried that Alito is going to be the nominee in this race. Who is an emergency room physician, by all accounts, a really good person and was a strong candidate in this race, the one who finished in second. They thought they were going to run against her. They were very worried about Alito possibly winning this race, and he did. He won handily, and because of his name ID in these communities, among people again who don't traditionally vote, when he shows up in these rural counties, he draws enormous crowds. He did during the primary. They're worried about Alito.
Evan Smith, interesting race to watch. Thank you so much. I gotta say, it's been great to have Evan here and Rosa and Jacob and everybody we're talking to from Texas, to have Eugene and Simone talking to their sources in Texas. It's been really fascinating. So we continue to watch those Senate Democratic primary results coming in from Texas. I should also tell you that a state senator apparently just came out at Talerico headquarters in Texas and told people who are still there waiting on results that they should not go home. We don't know exactly what that means, but somebody just came out there and told people not to go home. For us, we're not going home. Our coverage continues. Not MSN. Stay with us.
Karan trusts Prevagen for her brain, and this is her story.
My name is Karan, and I'm from Brooklyn. I work for the city of New York as a police administrator. I oversee approximately 20 people. I did research, and I decided to give Prevagen a try. I felt amazing. I've been taking Prevagen for 4 years now. I feel confident. It's a life changer.
Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years.
Devonsky Autobahn, LLC. And purchasing between
Stadiums do. Very good.
Oasis Springs and Spa.
The right money moves artisan stores.
Don't let what's happening outside affect how you feel inside. Helen windows are tested against extreme heat, cold, wind, and rain.
Here's the 30 grams of protein with no added sugar. Here's 160 calories and all its daily flavors. Look at protein. Shake, twist, crack. Okay.
Planning to move? Choose Pods, the most awarded container moving company. Pods brings the container to you, then we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure pod storage center. And you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Look at pods.com.
We knew our last Verbo was going to be incredible. We didn't know the hot tub was broken. But thanks to Verbo Care and 24/7 life support, we moved to a better place, better hot tub.
Got any move for that?
Teenagers are full of surprises. Verbo is not. If you know, you Verbo.
At Ancestry, we believe every question about the past is a spark. And curiosity strikes about the everyday lives of your family. We're here with answers only your ancestors can provide. How is your family woven into 250 years of U.S. history? Find out now at Ancestry.
Don't let congestion take over. After no trip. Wow, ridiculously fast nasal congestion relief. The wow is real. And now try new drug-free Acid.
Brandon Coley, Devonsky Autobahn, LLC. Purchasing between
Stadiums do. Very good.
Oasis Springs and Spa.
The right money moves artisan stores.
Now's the time to dream bigger and do more. Floor and decor is right.
think about your last year's survey and what you want to accomplish over this next year? Do you trust the FBI to handle the oversight of this investigation? That is what media does. They hold powerful accounts.
Stay up to date on the biggest issues of the day with the MS Now Daily Newsletter. Get the best of MS Now all in one place. Sign up at ms.now.
Hello and welcome to MS Now's special coverage of these first primary races of the 2026 midterm elections. It is midnight on the East Coast. I'm Lisa Menendez here with Roland and Michael Steele at MS Now's headquarters in New York City. We're tracking results tonight out of Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. Both Texas and North Carolina have key Senate races that can determine which party controls the chamber for the last 2 years of Donald Trump's second term. In the Tar Heel state, the Associated Press projects former North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper has won the state's Democratic primary for U.S. Senate. Cooper is now set to face off against Michael Watley, who won the state's GOP nomination. Watley is the former chair of the Republican National Committee, an election denier and a staunch Trump ally. And in Texas, the AP projects Republican incumbent Senator John Cornyn and Texas Attorney General Paxton will both advance for runoff on May 26th. On the Democratic side for Texas Senate, the race too early to call at this hour. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is trailing State Representative James Talerico by about 5 points and nearly 70% of the estimated vote. And the main reason we don't yet have a declared winner is because of the chaos on the ground. Tonight, the Texas Supreme Court temporarily blocks a ruling from a Dallas County judge and extended voting hours for the county. The judge made that ruling over, quote, mass confusion at some polling places. The voters were turned away and redirected to other precincts. So let's be clear. This is the kind of chaos Trump and his allies are hoping for, sowing doubt about the strength of our election systems, as the Congresswoman Crockett sends up Dallas County earlier tonight.
We're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do. And so they specifically targeted Dallas County, and I think we all know why. So, I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow.
Crockett's opponent, James Talerico, has yet to address the voters. He does. As soon as he does, we're going to bring you his speech live. Let's check in first with MS Now's chief data reporter, Ali Velshi, at the big board. What do you got for us, Ali?
You want to do this the easy way or the hard way?
Hard way always.
We're starting with the Democrats in Texas. As you said, we're at 72% of the vote right now. The difference here, 52.5% for Talerico, 46% for Jasmine Crockett. She's sort of underperforming in areas where she would have had to overperform. Those areas are the Rio Grande Valley, where Talerico has done very well. I'll give you a few examples right now. In Zapata County, 71% in, 60% to 59% to 33%. In Star, 62% to 29% for Talerico. In Hidalgo, 66% to 30%. All that kind of stuff. She's actually done Kennedy County, 48%. Jasmine Crockett has a small lead. These are tiny numbers. She's 41 votes to 30 votes. Let's go to Williamson County. We've been waiting on this all night. Like Dallas County, there were some delays here, and for most of the night, we had no votes. We now have 58% of the vote in. Again, we don't know whether that's early or day of, because it's not broken out in this county just yet. So Talerico's got 72% to Jasmine Crockett's 27%. This is in his backyard. He's from Austin. Travis County, which is Austin, look at that, 76 to 23. Just below that in Hayes County, 72 to 26. So in the areas that he was expected to perform well, he's performed very well. In her strongholds, including Dallas, 61% of the vote in, and we've been stuck at this number for a while. She's getting 60% to 38%. So you see, she's not overperforming in the places that she was going to overperform. However, in Dallas County, which is going to be her richest source of votes, we're missing so many day of votes because of the confusion you just described, that I think she's hoping that new data that comes in is going to support and narrow her gap with Talerico. So that's what we're looking at over here. In the House races around here, we've had some interesting stories. In Houston, I'll just show you District 18. This is Christian Menefee, who's been in the House, I think, 3 weeks or something. He's brand new, versus Al Green. Two incumbents going up against each other. It's more Menefee's district than it is Al Green's, the way it broke down demographically. But with 70% of the vote in, they're separated by 2,500 votes. Menefee is at 47, 48%. To Al Green's 43%. There are 3 or 4 examples at least tonight of incumbents who have gone down to defeat by challengers. I wouldn't put this into that category because it was 2 incumbents in a redistricted district. But there are a number of incumbents who have either lost or are losing tonight.
All right, Ali Velshi, thanks so much. Ali Velshi, don't go far, Ali.
I'm not going anywhere.
To be clear, we're going to be coming back to you.
I'm attached to this place.
All right, you and the best. We need you to stay. Joining us now is Evan Smith with The Atlantic. Evan, if you've been following our coverage, you've been seeing him. He's been following every legal twist and turn in Dallas County tonight. Evan, where are we at 12:06 p.m. or a.m. Eastern Standard Time?
Well, as it relates to Dallas County, we're kind of where we were an hour ago, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. We're on hold, right? We have a Supreme Court stay on that last 2 hours where voting was extended in Dallas County, and they're going to partition those votes, anybody in line after 7 o'clock, put those to the side, not count those yet, and we're going to see what happens tomorrow, I guess, whether those votes will be counted or not. And you heard Congresswoman Crockett say we're not going to have results till tomorrow. I think the open question, Simone, honestly, is will the votes that we're talking about in Dallas County that are being partitioned add up to enough to make up a difference between Talerico and Crockett if every other vote is counted? We don't know what the math is going to turn out to be. So for the moment, we're on hold. We're going to see what happens tomorrow night.
I want to look a little across the aisle at the Republican results tonight. You've got, yeah, right? You've got Cornyn, you know, just sitting there at 43% and Paxton at 40, clearly a runoff. Talk about the dynamics that led to this, and then what does the next 2.5 months look like sliding into what I think will be a fairly ugly bid by Cornyn to keep his seat. He's already come out tonight basically throwing down hard. What say you, friend?
Yeah. Well, first of all, this is, believe it or not, a good night for John Cornyn. Most of the polls had Paxton in first and Cornyn in second. You had even people suggesting that is there a chance maybe Cornyn might not even make a runoff. I never believed that. But the idea that Cornyn would finish in first is actually the good news for Cornyn. The bad news is that he's known to the state for having been elected a whole bunch of times to this seat, and he couldn't get to 50% in this first round. And the most dangerous place for an incumbent to be is in a runoff. You know that. And so the Paxton folks are going to come out with both barrels blazing against Cornyn. Cornyn is going to swing with both fists against Paxton. Those of us in Texas who have been bored by our non-competitive politics for the last 30 years, boy howdy, this is going to be a great 2 months to watch. And it's going to be unbelievably expensive. This is the most expensive Senate race between the Democrats and the Republicans in the history of Senate races. The spending in the primary season so far has already broken records. These guys are going to spend so much money over the next 2 months. And this runoff is at the end of May. It's at a time when it's going to be very low turnout. Although I will say this, there are something like 4 or even 5 I think it's 4 statewide races that are all going to be in runoffs in that May runoff, which is the most ever. And so there'll be much more attention to politics in that runoff season than we typically have. But it'll be low turnout, it'll be hard fought, it'll be unbelievably expensive. And, you know, they're going to bloody each other so that whoever the Democratic nominee ends up being, their opponent will have had to go through this 2 months, which is an advantage for the Democrats.
Well, as they say, get in that saddle and put that cowboy hat on and get ready for a ride. It's going to be a lot of fun down in Texas. It is indeed.
Really appreciate you, Evan Smith. Thank you so much.
Can we talk about the Republicans first?
Well,
you know, I'm trying to talk about somebody else.
Well, I was going to just keep talking about the Democrats first.
Well, let me just say why about the Republicans. Look, there's a lot, we've been saying a lot in the lead up to this, understandably so, that there's some real concerns with Ken Paxton, the current Attorney General. He is literally like MAGA made for the moment. The thing is this, while there are concerns from the, I would call it, if there's even establishment Republicans anymore in the Republican
And they're three in the closet.
Okay, all right. Well, I think he's concerned for them, but if you think about, I go back to the Biden administration, all of the legal challenges that happened, they were led by Republican attorney generals. Ken Paxton was leading the charge on some of the key lawsuits, frankly, that curtailed many pieces of the Biden administration's agenda.
Right.
He is a hero in the right now. A hero with a lot of baggage, baby, but he is a hero. So I would just argue that this is, while it is interesting, it is also not in the bag. If he ends up as the Republican nominee when it comes to the runoff, I do think that Democrats will still have to run a race.
No, and look, Democrats are going to have to run a race regardless of who the Republican nominee is, because it's Texas. And the reality of it is, yes, I've been arguing for 20 years, Texas is trending, and by, trust me, 2028, Texas will be a battleground state.
Yes, it will.
So that narrative for me has not changed in this moment. Texas is still a state that if I'm a Republican chairman, national or otherwise, I'm looking at this state, I'm looking at races that we've already lost in this state just in the last few months, right? Special elections that we haven't won, to set up what we're going to see coming this fall. And that's this. The Democratic nominee is going to be, has the potential to be very competitive, in my view. Because if Paxton defeats Cornyn, right? All that baggage plus all of the resentment around that baggage that's going to flow from the Cornyn GOP in Texas, does it dissipate? They're just not going to saddle up and ride into the evening sunset with Paxton. Why? Because as we've already talked about a moment or two ago in the last conversation, the Republican Senatorial Committee ran the most hard-hitting ad against Ken Paxton at the end of this campaign. That's every Republican in the Senate. They don't want him there. They don't want him to join them in the Senate. So this sets up a very interesting dynamic now, switching to the Democratic side, in which they can put forward.
I think either one of these two candidates could be very, very competitive. Brazen, bold, in your face, right? Talerico, but also a fighter. I mean, look, but this is one of the pieces of wood, because he can speak the language on the right. He can have the sound, he can move in that space and draw those Republicans who aren't necessarily going to be inclined to saddle up with the guy who's a philanderer, who's a cheater, and so on. So my question to you is, the Republicans in other states who have followed in Cornyn's moves, where they have MAGA branding everywhere, but they have voted in lockstep with this president, what do they think would change? Well, that's an excellent question. It depends on your state. It depends on where you feel you're going to get a hit from in your primary. The reality of it is, if you are Cornyn, just in another state, and you're running against a Paxton, then you probably are taking a few lessons from what happened, particularly if your primary is not for another 2 months, right? So you're going to look at what happened here tonight, and you're going to say, okay, where did it fall apart for Cornyn? So it fell apart. Maybe the ad came too late in the game. Maybe he should have been hitting Paxton a little bit harder.
I mean, he spent $70 million on that.
But what were those ads saying? And that's the question. So there are going to be pieces of this race that are going to play out in other locales around the country. There's no doubt about that. But the overarching lesson for Republicans tonight is you want to, hit your giddy up to a candidate like Paxton. Good luck.
And that's important because Democrats now seem like they're actually there in the forefront.
I know we have to go, but I will just note that what we're seeing play out in Dallas County is a direct result, and I think we alluded to it earlier on this panel, but this is a direct result of the mid-decade redistricting that the President of the United States called up Texas Republicans and asked for because he felt as though, allegedly, he would not be competitive this November as he needed to rig the vote, i.e. get more seats manufactured to pad what he thought was going to pad his numbers. But what we're seeing tonight, and Michael still made this point earlier, we don't know. Some of these races that the Republicans thought they were drawing these districts, they were going to just be specifically for them. They might not net what they think it's going to net. But the confusion in Dallas County is because Republicans changed the rules and the districts in December of last year. That's crazy. It's crazy, and that's why there are millions of thousands of voters right now who potentially have been disenfranchised. In addition to all of this analysis based on years spent on campaigns and elections, MS Now has reporters camped out at the Dallas County Election Department and Talerico's headquarters in Texas. In just a minute, we're going to check in with both of them to get a sense of what is happening on the ground. And later, we're going to speak with the Democratic Party chairs of both Texas and North Carolina. You're watching MS Now's special election coverage. The three of us are going to be right back.
In and talk about Judge Union. Of course, our plans remain under the most recent repairs for customers and contracts. Why don't you come sit with us? Oh, this is only paid for you. Liberty, 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 liberty. Are you one of the millions of Americans who suffer from an upset stomach after a big meal? Try Pepto-Bismol. Unlike some products, Pepto coats and soothes your digestive system to provide fast 5-symptom relief. Stock up on Pepto today.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor had a calculator, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than a antidepressant alone, building on my progress without side effect. Weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Capillary is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These are known side effects.
Ask your doctor about capillary.
This Sunday night, he can't sleep. But not this Sunday.
When you really need to sleep, ZQL has no equal. Get the deeply restorative sleep you need. ZQL, not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep.
The cold truth is, you can't work from home when you're sick. You need fast relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus Day Cold and Flu Liquid Gels burst into action, relieving your cold and flu symptoms fast. Nothing works faster. Alka-Seltzer Plus.
Blood Labs is just a fancy-looking Fusion 5. It's Gillette's best shave, and its ultra-sharp blades last 50% longer. Hey, Joe, hope you like cheats. Gillette, the best a man can get. Keeps getting better.
I remember getting the first jersey. The mascot came out, and he just started taking pictures of everybody. The last shot of the game.
30% off merchant experiences you'll never forget with Chase Freedom Unlimited.
New CBS tonight.
This is unlike any competition you've ever seen. You don't mind Best Chef? Michelin star. I don't care about your awards. I'm not taking all. Just like a sporting event, strategy.
Battle of the Ages.
I like the job. I'm pregnant. I know I'm going to be discounted.
Competitors. Those are my day one.
Make no mistake, this was only the beginning.
America's Culinary Cup. New series CBS tonight.
If you tell your Mr. I think you sound like a character.
Nice wash.
This is college. You can be a rooster if you want. But you will do.
Hey, look at you. Floors by day, student by night. PT by dawn, team flips by dusk. Always powered by Penn State World Campus. With more than 175 in-demand programs, Penn State World Campus delivers on your time.
really happy to have you here. Happy Monday. I have some stuff to show you. Can I just get your take, your read on what's going on here? How hard has it been to get this information? Trump has never been less powerful. The agenda he's pursuing has never been more evident and more. We, the people of the United States, we, the free, we, the proud, we, the brave, we, the people.
Let's take the breaking news of the hour. The Democratic Senate primary in Texas has been thrown into confusion over legal challenges about voting in Dallas County. At the moment, separate from that, the race is still too early to call. State Representative James Talerico is leading Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett by about 5 points. Let's go to our reporters on the ground in Texas. From the Dallas County Election Department, MS Now national reporter Rosa Flores, and from Talerico's headquarters in Austin, MS Now senior political and national reporter Jacob Soboroff. I see people in the background of Jacob. I see people in the background of Rosa. Rosa, let's start with you. What is going on where you are at this hour, and what are you hearing?
I can tell you firsthand, there were people who were arriving at polling places, scrambling to go in, some of them trying to vote early in the morning before going to work, or trying to squeeze it in during lunchtime, only to find out that they were at the wrong polling place, and so they were redirected and sent to other polling places. Now, the latest is that the Texas Supreme Court has struck down the lower court ruling that had allowed an extension of time from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. so people could have extra time to go to their polling place. Well, what I can tell you is that we're at headquarters now. That's the activity that you see behind me. The polls have closed. Now, election judges are bringing all of the election equipment and all the voting rolls and also the ballots. And I just got off the phone with Nick Sorosano. He's a spokesperson for the Dallas County Elections Department. And here is the latest that I know about all of these provisional ballots that were cast during that period from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. during that extended period of time. All of those ballots are going to be part of this reconciliation count that's going to happen overnight in the building that you see behind me. All of the provisional ballots from during the day and from that period of time, from 7 to 9 p.m., will all be in one bucket. And I don't mean to be confusing here, but just getting into the details because it's important. They're all going to be in one bucket. Later, they're going to have 6 days to cure those provisional ballots. If there is a request for those ballots, provisional ballots from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. to be separated and accounted for separately, that will happen according to Sorosano. They're just going to have to, get their request. I can tell you from speaking to voters who were extremely frustrated during the day, and even a voter who I talked to that voted during that provisional period from 7 to 9 p.m., they're going to be very frustrated to learn this. This is the second official to tell me tonight that those votes might not count. Again, there's still a legal battle ahead, but I can tell you that there's going to be a lot of frustration based on the voters that I talked to. Here's one voter who I talked to earlier tonight. Take a listen.
I remember the past, but some people don't. New voters, we're discouraging a lot of people moving back and forth between voting rules. If I can get it and I'm an active voter, if you're a new voter or an elderly person or somebody that can't get to the polls, I can't imagine the frustration.
Now, the obvious question here is it really going to make a difference? These ballots that were cast in this provisional period. We don't know the number. The spokesperson that I spoke to said that he was going to text me later tonight, and hopefully we'll get a better sense. But I want to give you a slice of the pie, because I was at this one polling place the entire night, and before the election judge left to come here to the building that you see behind me, I got the numbers from him, and he said that 495 people had voted there today, and they had regular ballots. 400 people, more than 400 people, were redirected to other polling places because they had arrived to the wrong polling place. And, they did their best to try to, direct them. Did those people get to vote? I don't know. And here's the key. He said that between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m., there were 18 provisional ballots that were passed. Will those votes be counted? We don't know. We're still asking questions. 2 officials tonight telling me that those votes might not count. But as we know, this is a legal battle, and usually when there's a legal battle, there's a lot of back and forth before that decision gets made. Back to you.
So, Roland, one quick follow-up for you before I bring in Jacob. So, all of the provisional ballots you were being told from 7 to, and that were cast after 7 p.m. are in a separate bucket, and basically to be determined what will happen with those given the legal check.
You're absolutely right. And they're right now, they're in one bucket with all of the other provisional ballots. And just to explain, so for example, if earlier in the day somebody voted and there was a provisional ballot because of a driver's license issue or something like that, it's all going to be in one bucket tonight. Later, if it's requested for those provisional ballots from 6 to 9 to be separated from that one bucket, the county said that they're ready to do that. They would do that if they're ordered to do so, and those individuals have 6 days to cure the ballots.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Let's bring in Jacob Salfarov is here with us. Jacob, you are at the Talerico campaign headquarters. I've been checking with folks on the Talerico campaign. No word yet from them. Maybe you have word from the campaign or folks in the room. What are you hearing?
Forgive my voice for keeping obviously. Really, a lot of these people are not going anywhere. But in all seriousness, I do feel like you're not patient for anything, but this has been a long process here tonight. And I've often said that there are 50 other states when it comes to voting. It's not just the states, but there are different jurisdictions and different counties. And Texas is a great example of that. We watched Travis County come in tonight. You see Georgia and Pennsylvania here. But ultimately, until Dallas goes in, we may not hear from the candidate himself, and the hours are ticking by as Tuesday turns to Wednesday.
Absolutely, Jacob. We will be coming back to you. I encourage the people in the background don't scream on Jacob Salfarov on TV so we can hear what he's saying. Jacob, thank you. Stay tuned. Before we toss this over to Ali Velshi, I do want to say we have some reporting that we're following from the Houston Chronicle that Harris County Board of Elections has told the Houston Chronicle that there are still 8 voting centers in Texas where folks are still in line. Ali Velshi, with that in mind, what do you got for us?
We just had a lot of votes come in. We're still at 73% of the total, but the lead has increased for Talerico. Now you're a little better than 70%. And just what in Travis County, which is Austin, which is where you would expect Talerico to do very well. Look at this, 89% of the vote is now in Travis County. Talerico has got 75% of the vote now to 23% for about a third of the same-day vote is now in. So we're getting up there, but as we get more votes in Travis County, we're seeing better numbers for Jada Talerico. I want to go just north of that to Williamson County, where 58% of the vote is in. Again, look at the difference here. Talerico's got 34,000 votes. That's a lead of 21,500. So he's building. In the places that he's doing well, he's building. In the places that Jennifer Crockett has been doing well, like Harris County, her lead is not increasing. So she had a larger lead, with 58% of the vote is in Harris County. She's got 53% to 45. But again, virtually no same-day vote, because you just said Harris County, which is Houston, has still got some voting centers open, so they've not yet counted the same-day vote. This is somewhere where if Jennifer Crockett thinks she can make up the difference, she's going to need it in Dallas, she's going to need it in Harris County. I will give you one example of where things have been working relatively well, not as well as they need to, but Fort Bend, which is just southwest of Houston, this is a place where 24% of the population is Hispanic, 20% is black, 14% is Asian. Jasmine Crockett needs to outperform in all of those demographics. She is winning there with 87% of the vote in. She's got 59%, Talerico's 37%, but other places where she has to do well are in southern Texas. Kennedy County, she's doing well in, but if you get down to Cameron County, which is Brownsville, with almost all the vote in, look at that, 62% for Talerico, 34% for Jasmine Crockett. If you go to all of these counties along the Rio Grande Valley, you're seeing the same story. James Talerico doing very, very well with an Hispanic voting base. Jasmine Crockett doing well, but not outperforming enough to make up what is now a bigger than 7-point gap.
All right, thank you very much, Howard. Now let's turn to MSM correspondent Jay Traylor at Attorney General Ken Paxton's headquarters in Dallas. Jay, it's been quite an evening for the Attorney General. A little bit of the gloves came off in this, and he feels like he settled some scores and ready for the rematch, or what? Because I know Mr. Cornyn came out swinging saying Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton. What are you hearing, man? What did you find out about all this excitement tonight?
Yeah, well, I'll say this, I don't have the crowd of people so broke out. Things are getting torn down here. We did see Paxton on stage about an hour ago. There were dozens of people here in support, but I will note actually, because the kind of tone from the campaign was very jubilant heading into the day. There was a lot of polling indicating that Paxton would take Cornyn by a pretty significant margin, and I know that we still have a lot more to come in overnight into the morning, but when we saw Paxton on stage about an hour ago, it wasn't this conversation about how he had really reigned victorious tonight. Instead, it was kind of this look ahead to now this run-up between Paxton and Cornyn that we do know is going to take place. And I was actually just texting back and forth with the White House official who just talked about how this is going to be a continued bloody battle for these two individuals, the incumbent Cornyn and the challenger Paxton. And as it seems, I know we don't have polling in all the votes in just yet, but as it seems as though Democrats might potentially coalesce around one person and have the next couple months to dig into the general election already. This tens of millions of dollars of campaign money that has been thrown into fighting between the Republican Party seems to is going to likely continue in this race. So that's really notable. The folks that we talked to, though, when we talked to Republican Paxton voters, whenever we spoke with them throughout the day and at this event tonight, the question was, do you want to see Ken Paxton, someone who is truly in battle, talking about a very public message with voters, talking about being impeached by his own Republican Party, having some really hardline MAGA policy items and issues. We asked these voters, do you want to see, if Paxton actually becomes the nominee here for the Republican Party in Texas, do they want to see him try and move more to the middle, try and appeal to some of these moderate voters? Maybe some people consider themselves Democrat but are open to voting for Republicans. Overwhelmingly, the answer from the folks we talked with was no. They want Paxton to be Paxton. They want it to be a MAGA-aligned individual. And this is just really highlighting this increasing issue that might be facing Republicans in the Texas primary right now, as they work to so sharply align themselves with the MAGA agenda that it's not popular overwhelmingly, even in the state of Texas. It's going to call to question their electability in this general election that we're inching towards. But for now, at least, looking ahead at the next couple of months, a pretty nasty battle that's going to head up for Cornyn and Paxton as they head into this one-on-one race.
Seems like Chairman Steele's predictions have made out to be right. MSN State Trailer, thank you so much. After the break, folks, we will hear from the voters themselves. We'll be right back.
Oh, God, Hopkins, you need new parodontax gum strengthening and protect with hyaluronic acid. It strengthens the gum seal for long-lasting gum protection. For gum experts.
Bessie loves playing detectives.
But the real mystery is her irritated skin. So we switch to Concrete and Gentle. It cleans better and doesn't leave behind irritated messes.
And it's gentle on her skin.
Concrete and Gentle liquid is EPA's safer choice certified. It's got its own time.
My CIDP worsens. My friends play decides too much trouble to handle.
When life with a rare disease gets tough,
They used to be really active and then all of a sudden come all away.
that's when the Thrive team gets going.
When you do this with Autodesk, I'm
voters party, and so I really need your help. Watch the Drive team at work on Grid. Well done. Streaming now on Beat.
Somewhere out there, someone's paying $30 for a sample stage. Well, off the tail and pushing $50.
But here, it's only $7.99.
It's actually fun. What is it? Spiral.
We knew our last Virgo was going to be incredible. We did it.
All right, everybody, the night is young. How we doing? We still fired up, Texas? Like I said earlier, don't go anywhere. James Talerico will be back in 15 minutes. Stick around.
This is the Farmer's Double Turkey. Apparently, this is also turkey. But only one actually looks like turkey. Since only one is gently cooked without the ultra-processing. And only one is human grade. Because good ingredients matter. But the best recipes call for so much more. Get 50% off your first box, available only at thefarmersdog.com.
As we monitor the situation all around Texas, let's hear from some of the voters who spoke to MSL about issues that brought them to the polls.
I have to deal with high prices with groceries, increased prices for across the board, and I'm really having a hard time, managing.
Right now, just the security of our country and the economic situation.
Basic human rights and decency. I believe that every single human life has value.
Let's bring in Angela Cornyn, President and Chair of Media Matters, and Laura Gillespie, former advisor to Speaker John Boehner, and founder and principal of Blue Stack Strategies. Welcome to your vote. So Angela, we have been having this ongoing conversation at our table about voters out there and their voices and what they're saying and how they've been approaching the past year and what they're looking at going into this cycle. We heard just a little bit from the Texas voters coming in. What did that tell you when you look at the results tonight? How does this set up the November election in your eyes?
A couple of things. One, you saw in some of the comments there just a general concern about how people treat other people. Decency.
Yeah.
That was a basic word. Like, hey, we want to bring the temperature down a little bit, so I want to come out and vote. And I just want things to get a little less crazy and uncomfortable. And then you hear some code words, right, like security, which in Texas, if you're a media consumer, when you hear security, it's not, you think about it in terms of immigration, but you actually think about it in terms of Sharia law. That's what they think about. You live in a is the launch pad for it. And one of the litmus tests for these races, for the Republicans, is that you have to come out and vote to bring on board someone because you need to stop Sharia law. And then the second is, which is not present there, is Trump. He's the alternative. And one is they want to sort of slow him down. But the other part is a litmus test for whether or not they would be sort of in all in on Trump or not. And that's the sort of to me what I listen to that's what I heard people sort of have a basic decency and then sort of code words for the Trump litmus test.
Laura, that Trump litmus test, how well is that serving Republicans as they look forward to general elections?
I think it's going to help Republicans, especially as we get closer to the midterms. They're going to have their decision to make whether they're going to stick with Trump or take the off-ramps that have been offered to them. Supreme Court with the tariffs, they could take that avenue. We've seen, others in the far right, in the MAGA world, who have said that what President Trump has been doing is now what he promised, and is starting to not look like it's America first, but Trump first. And so I think that Republicans in Congress who are looking to keep their seats or to have any chance at keeping majorities are going to need to find a pathway, because right now grocery costs are still high, gas prices are increasing due to the war in Iran, and so these things, we have time still, but it's looking to be a tough summer for Republicans if they can't get things together.
So what do they do? I mean, look, this is, I think if we just gotta zoom out a little bit, because tonight is the kickoff to midterm, to election season here, right after the midterm election. And what we're seeing in Texas and North Carolina, we haven't talked much about, we're going to get to that in the 1 and I'll stay with us, folks, we're for a long haul. There's a number of months before we get to the general election in November, and what you and I have laid on the table, Angelo, these are things that are not going away tomorrow. Also, so in here, we're going to have a war with Iran. They can't actually explain what's going on, and that is absolutely not in the race we saw today. And I think it's going to get magnified even more as we get closer and closer to Trump.
Yeah, I think that's right. And there's two dimensions to this. One is, one of the words I heard tonight a lot of this covered is confusion. That is not a good word to be having around an election, around voting, especially when one party, regardless of who's running the party or not, they're all in on this idea that the elections are corrupt and stolen, and they intend to sow as much confusion and doubt in the election process as possible. So whenever that starts to creep in, that should be a little bit of a warning sign that we need to think about not just the election process, but more importantly, how we'll deal with that ahead of the general. Because this is going to be something that they're trying to intensify and exploit. And then the other is this Trump of it all. And this is a real consideration because, there are people that Trump didn't endorse or didn't sort of lean in on where the raises are still there. And the reason is some of the cost fallacy too, because it plays out in the Iran war and all these other things. One of the arguments that Trump makes is that it's too late now. You're all in on it. You better go all the way to the end because it's going to pay off on the other side. So if you listen to Fox News, for example, they say things like, yeah, gas prices are going to go up, but then they're going to go down even more when it's all over. So short-term pain for long-term gain, it all averages out in the end. And it is part of a long con, so that shouldn't be terribly surprising. But that's going to be the narrative that Trump tries to push all the way. So underneath the surface is this idea of confusion and doubt. And on the other end is, can Trump actually do one more big con to get people to come back out and say, yeah, I don't like him, but it's probably better if I just stick with the one that brought me for now, because we may end up paying off in the long run. That's going to be the gambit. And we've seen that play out already in some of the small races that haven't got a lot of coverage.
I think, Laura, that's a very interesting point that Angelo puts on the table, because I think that was a little bit of what we saw in the Paxton Cornyn race. A little bit of playing that con game. And I think the Paxton team from reporting what they received just a moment ago, that they thought that they would lock this up tonight. Yeah, it'll be a runoff, but we're going to have a runoff where we're on top. And that's not how this played out. The establishment survived enough to have Cornyn sitting there right now at least at 42.3% to 40.8%. Yeah, there's some more vote coming in, but the margins are going to probably still favor Cornyn. And already coming out tonight, Cornyn is like, hey, Paxton, I'm coming for you. I'm coming at you. Paxton, from the reporting, was not as, sort of ebullient. Thank you. Ebullient. Yeah, a big word if this out doesn't work, but happy. Yeah, excited. excited. And so what does that tell you? Because I think when you look at the fact that the Republican Senatorial Committee did the last ad that hit Paxton between the eyes, right? Brought up all the personal dirty stuff. They don't want him in the Senate. So what do Republicans do with the Paxton department they call Paxton?
We think this time his daughter doing that for us and what a great candidate he is. I think he's realizing that his multi-contradiction of the game is going to catch up to him. And I think for a lot of Republicans, it comes to a point now, how much of this will they tolerate? I mean, you've got one of the most, if not the most expensive primary going on in our history, and the enormous amount of money that's being spent at the same breath that you're campaigning on affordability and lowering costs and making life better for people you afford to serve. I think these conflicts and these hypocrisies are going to catch up at what point do voters, not just Republicans, independents, and otherwise, or people who are the Democratic Party or who have been frustrated by politics as usual, what point do they get caught up with the contradiction that we're seeing play out? I mean, a lot of things that the president has put forward are not even conservative policies. So for Republican voters who are looking for the promises made upon his step, well, what point do they get caught up? What point do Republican members who are their representatives say, yeah, I'm not with him, I'm with you, and let me show you how I'm going to lead and serve you and my constituency. And that's what I'm watching for and hoping for, if I'm being honest.
So, Angela, as I spoke to operatives in preparation for tonight, I said to everyone, what can today tell us about the general election? They all sort of roll their eyes, they tell you, I hate that question, and then they're like, well, if you take it together with all of the special elections, it can tell you where the excitement is and what it is that is motivating these voters. I get that there's a lot of runway between here and the generals, but is there anything you saw tonight that you think plays out in the general election?
I think the one thing to consider is, and this is just the reality of it, is that this is a vibes-based presidency. And when the vibes are good, you can do an awful lot with that. You can sort of take that energy and harness it for political power. And right now the vibes aren't great. So some of their expectations, some of their models, some of their votes aren't playing out because they're relying on certain constituencies that just aren't willing to go the extra step to not vote for them. That's part of what Trump's power has been, is that he built an organized power and used to be considered the fringes. Part of the problem with doing that is that they're not the most reliable political participants, and that's why they're relegated to the fringes. They're scary when they get engaged, and to me, I think that's going to be the big question here, is that, there's going to be moments where, and you should expect that where Trump is able to manipulate the vibes, and there should be discussion that he's in a bad place right now, that can change on a dime. And so, ultimately, when the vibes are here, when there's friction and sort of fraction within the coalition, and that's it. It's a coalition built on 3 different tracks. So there's plenty of fractures and friction that can play out. We've seen this sort of, the whole Wallace described as tarantulas in a hole right now with all this stuff around Paxton and Cornyn and all the infighting that's about to happen. So to me, when I look ahead, that's the key, is not to get sort of trapped in this idea that in sort of magical thinking we're really too bogged down the hole, which obviously is going on at this point of marvel nonsense, but that we're in a vibes-based presidency, and we shouldn't lose sight of that, and we can shape the vibes too. And we can work in our favor. And right now, we need to engage in the shallow of it. We should be reading the kick list about where those fault lines and fractures are, and where there's opportunities to pull some people back over, or at least away from some doctors once they come to the policy.
The vibes are back in check. Means up 50%.
Angela Grissom, thank you both so much for being with us after the break. We're going to take a look at some of the key U.S. House primaries tonight. We are still monitoring the news out of Texas as the Senate Democratic primary remains too early to say.
Vacation next week, Lisa. 5 days. Big win for your own part. Go stay. Stay. A little behind on mandatory training. See the hell out.
I want how long is background works here? It's trash. 7 years next month. Think of it.
I want payphones to Midterm and not. Have you ever felt so sluggish that it was like you were stuck in a chair? If you didn't feel energetic enough to even routine activity, I feel it. As a doctor, I knew this could be a sign that my digestive system wasn't working at its best. So I followed the same advice I give my patients and started taking Metamucil fiber every day.
Metamucil is the only brand with plant-based psyllium fiber that counts to help trap and remove waste so you can feel lighter in as little as 14 days.
After trying it for 2 weeks, he decided to keep taking Metamucil every day for weeks.
Metamucil psyllium fiber also helps curb cravings with lean meals, lets lower cholesterol to support heart health, and helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels. That's why Metamucil is the #1 fiber brand recommended by doctors, pharmacists.
Gastroenterologist was named.
Metamucil, digestive health starts here. Stand to shop or visit these fine retailers today. Why'd I go to the doctor? When my heart kept skipping a beat, I didn't think much of it. But my girls made me get checked out, and it made such a difference. Turns out, I have AFib, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times. Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke will rise. If you notice one of these symptoms, contact the doctor. I'm so glad I did. And my girls are too. This is no time to wait.
That's rough. But hey, with Safeway, you can get that fixed any way you want.
It's your windshield. You fix anything you want with Cigarette.
This is Alex. Alex needed help investing in savings. With his advisor Dennis, he had been through the hits. One for now, one for later, and forced his retirement. More than big goals for his future, Alex has got a plan to get there.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis? With fewer symptoms from moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, where would you go? Imagine being a million miles away. With Tremfya, clear skin is possible. And for adults with active psoriatic arthritis, Tremfya goes beyond the skin. Less joint pain, stiffness, and swelling is possible. And Tremfya even reduces fatigue. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or you need vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
We're looking for a house closer to everything. Where to start?
It's great for you. It's easy to find a home closer to what's close to your home. You don't recycle.
Someone out there sold us for $30 for a small place for the children. What?
I don't want to hear about it in construction.
In here we all are. It's actually a fire. What is it? Yeah, it's fire. It's fireball.
The eliminated Senate primaries in Texas, we are following some key U.S. House races, all to where they fall from our partners at the Associated Press. For Democrats, many of the candidates were forced to challenge incumbents thanks to the Republican gerrymander of the state's congressional map last year. Democratic Congressman Tom Green is trailing newly elected Congressman Cornyn, who just won a special election last month. Congresswoman Julie Johnson is currently trailing former Congressman Ron Cornyn, who on the Republican side, Congressman Dan Crenshaw is down by 19 points against State Representative former Mayor Paxton. Alright guys, here's what I tell you. Losing to the Mayor Shasta is a choice. It's a choice. Can I say about Christian Anthony and Talerico? We're seeing a number of races like this play out in the Democratic side, particularly in Texas, though, because given the mid-decade positions. The fight in the Democratic Party apparatus right now is if you're willing to fight, that is the rub. The fighters versus the non-fighters. When it comes to Al Green and Christian Menefee, they're both considered fighters. So when it comes to this particular race, there's a generational aspect to it. A number of people who serve Al Green, serve honorably, but they're concerned about his age. Christian Menefee is a young candidate who is backed by a lot of people who usually deserve candidates. So this is a primary where whoever wins out, there will still be a CBC member, unlike North Carolina 4, where Boucher is facing Rita Long, and that's to be a race where a sitting member of the Congressional Black Caucus loses the primary for the first time in about 15 years. resonates being really interesting that is a fairly new dynamic, Michael, which is the fact that we've often talked about this generational split, and one of the differences in this election is the fact that that generational split is now battling in the political scene.
It is. Y'all focusing on generational stuff. On the Republican side, folks continue to do what we need to do. I love the generational shift. I wish we had more of it on the Republican side, particularly in this room. There are some really fine young Republican women out there who could be well positioned to run. And certainly do the politics like on the RLS. It's just one of us. And so I give that nod to Democrats in the sense that they really do and have started to lean into look into the future in a way that's going to be important for the growth of the party, the expansion of the party. Why is that important? You know this very well because you remind yourself of from the various storylines that you follow. Among the next generation, young Hispanic men and women that are evolving and developing into political power and opportunity, and are looking to put their names on the ballots. And they're not going to wait till they're 40, they're going to be doing it in their 20s and their 30s. And if there is an infrastructure in place to help transition the movement, that's going to be a good spot for the Democrats. Republicans need to lean on that and stop using things like the border and fear to do that.
All right, John, folks, we are keeping tabs on what's unfolding on the ground as voters are still being counted. There's still being updated. After a quick break, we're going to be speaking to the Democratic Party chairs of Texas and North Carolina. The Washington is now special election coverage. We'll be right back.
The cold truth is, you can't work from home when you're sick. You need fast relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus Day Cold and Flu Liquid Gels burst into action, relieving your cold and flu symptoms fast. Nothing works faster. Alka-Seltzer Plus.
It looks like an ordinary staircase, but as you gaze over the cage in the room, there's something that can feel like static. Pins and needles in your hands and feet.
How we doing, Texas? Again, I am Austin State Representative John Busey. I'm so proud to be here with each and every one of you tonight. It's been a long night, but we have a very bright future ahead of us. Who's ready to take back Texas? Who's ready to show that the table in the state of Texas can be big enough for each and every one of us? In the Texas legislature, you're assigned a desk mate, and for the last 8 years, James Talerico and I have been desk mates. We come up together, and when you spend that much time with someone, you really get to know who they are when nobody's watching. Each and every day in this job, James has fought for you. He's fought for his constituents. He's fought for the future of Texas. He's my good friend. I'm so excited to have him here with y'all to talk to you tonight. Help me welcome the next United States Senator from the great state of Texas, James Talerico.
Tonight, our campaign is shocking the nation. We are still waiting for an official call, but we are confident in this movement we've built together. Every vote must be counted. Every voice must be heard. The voter suppression in my home county and in Congresswoman Crockett's home county underscores the gravity of this moment. This movement is about whether the people will hold the power in this state and in this country. We launched this underdog campaign 6 months ago in my hometown of Round Rock, Texas. And since then, Tens of thousands of Texans have shown up to rally with us in every corner of the state, from Beaumont to El Paso, from Amarillo to Brownsville, and everywhere in between. We have recruited more than 28,000 volunteers who are organizing in every community across the state. And we have shattered grassroots fundraising records, all without taking a dime from corporate PACs. This is a people-powered movement to take on this broken, corrupt political system. This is truly a campaign of, by, and for the people. We are not just trying to win an election. We are trying to fundamentally change our politics. And it's working. The number of young people who showed up to vote in this election is unprecedented. The number of Texans who have never voted before but showed up in this election is unprecedented. The number of independents and Republicans who voted in this Democratic primary is unprecedented. This is proof that there is something happening in Texas. Tonight, the people of our state gave this country a little bit of hope. And a little bit of hope is a dangerous thing. I want to thank y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being in this fight. God bless y'all. Thank you.
So